Turn it up. It's Sports Day with Dan Day.
This is one of those Sundays you look forward to, not just because it's a Sunday fun day. I think it's my 1,000th consecutive Sunday fun day that I've had in my life. Not just because you're living here in South Florida or wherever you're listening on the Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, or anywhere else like that. No, this is one of the Sundays that you look forward to and relish because it is rivalry, legendary rivalry, renewed Sunday. Our Miami Heat play your New York Knicks. 6 o'clock, right here on 560 WQAM. I am Dan Day, my Miami Heat. He is my cousin Vladimir Luzon. His New York Knicks.
Yes,
are
sir.
you as excited as I am, Vlad? You're going to the game.
Yep.
How stoked are you?
I mean, I've gone to many games, so, you know.
How nervous are you that the Heat in their house will once again
You mean MSG South?
put a whooping on you guys?
Ah, it's MSG South.
Really? What's the crowd going to be? 50-50?
It's the Kaseya Center at
I will say
Jalen
this.
Brunson Court.
I'm going to say this, and this is just being honest. The crowd tonight will probably be 65% Heat fans, 35% Knicks fans, but it will sound like it's 65% Knicks fans and 35% Heat fans. Because
But he's going to be 40% Heat fans, 60%
Heat
Knicks
fans
fans.
are a little more laid back, not as vocal. But man, and we're going to do this later in the day. We're going to go through some of our favorite memories of Heat Knicks. And I know, Vlad, you've got some great ones because you have been a diehard, lifelong Knicks fan. And I love the Heat, and I have followed them for so long. I am so stoked about this game tonight. 6 o'clock. We got a lot going on, though. Hold up. Lionel Messi might be at the game tonight. He didn't make the trip to Houston for the game tonight. So Houston said, here, just open the turnstiles. Literally, that's the Messi effect. 22,000 person stadium. Messi doesn't show up. Open the turnstiles. Free to everyone. Come on.
Wait, they're playing the Dynamo?
No, yeah, they're playing the Dynamo tonight.
Okay.
At Shell Energy Stadium. 22,000
Shell
people.
Energy Stadium.
Yeah, 22,000.
And Messi's not playing.
Messi didn't even make the trip.
So they knew Messi. They must have known
No,
Messi
they said
wasn't,
yesterday.
They must have known Messi wasn't going to play from before.
They didn't say yes.
Because
they didn't say it until
that's-
yesterday. Because they have a game
dude-
Thursday. Remember, we got Cavalier
No,
FC.
you're
from
right.
Jamaica, man.
I get that. Now, are we going to have Daniel on later on?
He's going to come on in about 2 minutes. So
Okay,
we're going to have him on.
When I mean later on, literally a couple of minutes.
No, I'm not joking. 2 minutes.
This is a game, especially Houston with that love soccer and football. There's a lot, with the Houston's had success and everything like that. That's a game that should be in Reliant Stadium, or whatever, NRG Stadium. Sorry, that's usually that. So they
Sunday
must have
too?
known for a good while he wasn't going to be playing.
God, man, that Notre Dame women's basketball team is so talented.
And beautiful.
I'm sorry, I get distracted very easily.
Beautiful.
Have you ever seen me like
Ivy.
you come out to Duffy's on Thursdays and Fridays? Like I can't finish sentences sometimes, man. Like I'm like, and I know you get distracted. Sabrina Justin,
That's
serving
just
drinks.
Sabrina. That's just Sabrina.
Sabrina Justin serving drinks.
I'm just distracted by Sabrina.
Of course, Sean, the general manager's out there. Got our whole team. Vanessa walks by sometimes. I just, nonetheless. No Messi tonight, no problem, right? Well, they got a game for CONCACAF Champions Cup this coming Thursday against Cavalier SC from Jamaica. That's more important. So Messi, don't even make the trip. Houston, don't worry about paying for anything. If you're a fan, just go on out to the game. Like they'll literally just let you walk into the building. I mean, come on. That to me, well, we'll get into that too at Daniel Solana. But that's cheap too, man. Houston Dynamo, have some, I don't know, pride. I don't even know, man. Like. It's weird. Messi doesn't have the same pressures that he had when he played in La Liga or in Ligue 1 in France and in Spain, but he has a different type of pressure now. He has the pressure that he has to show up and play, or else people just disband the league. That bothers me, man. I mean, I get bothered by little things, Vlad. And I'm gonna talk to you some stuff off the air, man. Nothing about you, but man, some things bother me, man. I'm kind of riled up. I've been really riled. Ever since no. Ever since you and I started doing the post-game show, with just you and I in your car doing whatever we're doing.
Which is last week.
It's been once. No, but we did it twice. Remember I came here because I had to do some stuff on the computer. Ever since then, I've been riled up, man. You and I feel as though we've grown closer these past couple of weeks.
I'm growing on you.
And now you're going, yeah, it takes a while. And now you're going to the stupid. I'm mad at you going to the Knicks game today instead of hanging out with me.
I go to the game?
No.
Then what are you guys?
I got things to do.
Then what are you bitching for?
You're leaving me. I get mad about that stuff. I get
First
mad
of
when
all,
I hear you on
first
other
of all,
shows.
First of all.
Wait, what? What?
First of all.
Hey, yo.
Okay.
That's my thing. I say things.
You say crazy things.
Well, I'm not the most sane person, Vlad. You know me well enough.
You know. Wait, fungus. Your RVA Richie so foul.
Who's
wilding? Fungus grows, so does mold and Vlad.
That's the truth.
Oh
you are a lot like a fungus or a mold.
I don't like to hear. I don't like any of these.
I love mushrooms.
Comparisons. I like shrooms too, chocolate ones. But
whoa, I don't like to mix my dessert in my veggies.
Okay, they microdose.
Hey.
But nonetheless,
go ahead.
Why are you upset? Why are you upset that
I want to just sit in your car and hang out?
First of all, that's well, you know what? You can end the show early.
I know. I probably should just go with you if I really miss one.
Like I'm just saying, like if
Let
you
me
really
call
want
myself out real quick. I'm
like
going to be like, well, let's go to the game.
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely gonna go to the game. I'm definitely gonna have fun. I need to see the Knicks.
Are you gonna high five Knicks fans?
Absolutely.
That's
absolutely. I am. I'll share some of the moments that great moments that I've had at Knicks Heat game.
As a Pelicans fan, two things. Number one, there's nobody to high five. Number two, there's not much to high five about. Oh, so
I'm taking you out tonight. You're playing the Jazz.
Oh, we've been playing better. Zion had his first triple-double the other day.
Have. So when everybody does play.
If they could have actually fielded the team that they initially had, they probably would have been good this year. But instead, nope. Don't worry about that. My mom said that Kelly Olynyk is one hell of a player. I said, oh, yeah, we had him in Miami for a while. You'll see. He's actually a pretty good player. But
let's see if Miami can continue this winning streak. I hope not, but
I think they can. I don't know, though. Your Knicks are so predictable. Anybody that's 500 or below, you beat them. Anybody that's above 500, you know.
Relax. Anybody that's 600 or better, 600 or below,
if you're
we can
in the top 3 seeds, boom.
If you're 600 or below, we can beat you. If you're 660 and better, we can't beat you.
We've been scoring a lot too lately, so I don't know.
You're not. But thank you, RBA Richie. But I don't think. We'll see. We'll see. I really want to see how Davion Mitchell go against Jalen Brunson tonight.
Oh, that's a tough matchup.
Yeah,
I have nothing but respect for Jalen
and Davion is starting to find his niche with the team. Don't know if Andrew Wiggins is playing today.
Jaime and Andrew are very questionable for this game.
That's going to be tough.
You're starting to talk me into.
That's going to be that's tough.
You're starting to talk me into it, Vlad.
And here's the other thing. For some reason, even before he played in New York, Karl Anthony Towns,
he's a baller,
abuses Bam Adebayo.
Cat is a tough matchup. He's 7 foot tall, athletic, can shoot, can drive.
It is wildcat on wildcat.
Cat's tough, man. That's why he was the #1 overall pick. Yeah, everybody's like, he's soft. He's not soft.
Oh no.
Someone told me earlier. They sent me a message like, "Man, Karl Anthony Towns is having a terrible season." I was like, "By what standards?"
No, he's having a great season, but
by what standards?
But I'm going to tell you this, because the Knicks were losing to great teams and they were getting blown out. I'm going to tell you right now, the antics is some of the antics and the complaining and into it. That he does. It hasn't bothered Knicks fans as of yet.
Until that second round bouncing.
But it's starting to simmer a little bit.
All right, speaking of antics, let's get some headlines so we can get Daniel Solano on. Jimmy Butler is being sued by the homeowner of his house here in Miami that he rented due to mismanagement and need of repair. The Knicks are in town tonight at 6. Jaime Jaquez Jr., Andrew Wiggins, doubtful. We know what that means. When the Heat say you're doubtful, that means you are out. Panthers, whoa, we didn't even talk about this yet.
I did that game yesterday.
Panthers traded Spencer Knight and a first-round pick to Chicago Blackhawks for veteran all-star defenseman Seth Jones.
That's a great move. We need a brother. That's Popeye Jones' son.
I was about to say, I bet you like that trade.
Of course. And you know why? He's an
all-star, 3-time all-star.
Right, but and his dad was a very good NBA player. Vet, Popeye Jones, who's an assistant coach, I believe, with maybe the Nuggets, I believe.
So you're saying, but Spencer Knight, well, Sergei Bobrovsky pitched a shutout yesterday, a clean sheet, 3-0 against Calgary, and it's his 50th career shutout, and they play the Tampa Bay Lightning tomorrow at 7.
And also, it also means there must be a lot of days in between. There's going to be days off. There may not be many back-to-backs. for Sergey not to play. We're coming down the stretch right now.
Spencer Knight,
Spencer was good.
we
man.
drafted him really high. I don't know if he turned out exactly what we wanted from him. We thought maybe a generational goalkeeper. I don't think he's going to be a generational goalkeeper, hence you make the move. Plus, you have a chance to win another Stanley Cup championship. Bill Zito, once again, Paul Maurice, I'm not questioning you guys. You know what you're doing. I trust in you fully. Canes baseball team fell to 8th-ranked Florida 6-3. They try to salvage a game in the series today at 1. And former Canes lineman Jalen Rivers met with the Dolphins this week at the NFL Combine. Oh, yeah, and Deebo Samuel to the Commanders for a 5th-round pick. We're going to talk about what that means for our guy, Tyreek Hill, who had a birthday yesterday. But right now, let's take a step into the day spa. A woman started micromanaging her man when it comes to him waking up early and making her morning coffee. So,
Wait, what?
she was micromanaging. I got to have a certain amount and this and this and this. And this. So he said, you know what? I'm going to stop making coffee.
Good for him.
That's a real relationship.
What the hell?
That's what you
You
do.
micromanaging, like, I'm getting up early to make you coffee?
So he said, okay.
First of all, you should have just told me what it was from the night before that you like.
No, she went to the gram and how much exactly.
Yeah, when you get to that
milk
point,
and stuff.
I'm throwing coffee on you.
He just stopped making it, so he saved himself. All right, no messing, no problem, right? Tonight, we'll find out from Daniel Solana from Battered Herons podcast next here on 560 WQAM. Tonight in Houston, Inter Miami take on the Houston Dynamo. No Messi, no problem. Hopefully, that's why we're bringing Battered Herons podcast. Daniel Solana to tell us what's going on tonight. Inter Miami last year proved that they can win with and without Messi. Is tonight going to be another example of that, or does Houston cause some problems for our Herons?
Yeah, first off, let's address the no Messi issue first. And good afternoon, fellas. How's everything going? Hope your Saturday went well. Hope your Sunday has started off fantastic as well. To all the listeners, let's discuss a little bit about Messi before we get into tonight's game. So there's a lot of rumors floating around that he might be injured again. What I'm hearing from my sources is he's possibly got that adductor injury again. But he trained with the team fully on Friday. He was absent from yesterday's practice. And, from my opinion, I think this is just precautionary. I don't think this is something that's going to be prolonged. So it's just precautionary. And they're saving him for the Champions Cup game against the Jamaican team, Cavalier FC, on Thursday, March 6th.
Okay. Watch Tuesday's second leg. They played very well. He scored the first goal. It was the second in the two legs. And then he left in like the 68th minute. Did he injure himself there? And they took him out early? Because I thought they took him out early, but it was also they had a pretty good lead because they scored 3 goals. They was they were up for, it was like 4-0 before he was left. They did give up a goal, but they pretty much had the game at hand. Did he injure it there, or was this something that was already flaring up from before?
Yeah, I think the speculation is that there was a point in the match where he might have grabbed onto it, and that's why he exited and went straight to the locker room. The first reports were that everything was okay. Then he was not at team practice on Thursday, if I remember correctly, but that was because it was his wife Antonella's birthday.
Oh, hold up now.
Now you
You got to take that day off, man. You got to take that day off,
no?
man. Come on, man. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Absolutely. He trained with the team in 100% normal fit on Friday, and Macherano was asked about his availability for the weekend. He said that, they're going to take it day by day. So obviously there's speculation that it could be an injury, but I think more than anything, this is more precautionary. Again, Inter Miami is basically going to play a bunch of games in a short amount of days. And so because of that, we talked about last week, I believe Inter Miami is prioritizing the CONCACAF Champions Cup over anything else at this point in the season, knowing that the MLS season is 34 games, and this is only match day 2.
Cavalier SC going to be coming to town this coming Thursday. They also played today against Humble Lions in the Jamaica Premier League. Cavalier SC is a very beatable team. They're currently 4th in the Jamaican Premier League. Do you know anything about them? Does anybody know anything about them? And you should probably expect Lionel Messi, but this is definitely a winnable series / aggregate for Inter Miami.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, this is definitely the most accessible series that they're probably going to get for the rest of the way, considering that the next matchup would be against either LAFC or Columbus Crew, since those are the 2 teams that are going to face off in the other matchup that would then face off in the semifinals. So this is definitely a winnable matchup. I expect Inter Miami to go full force on Thursday when they face Cavalier FC at Chase Stadium. And then I don't know if you guys heard, but the game got moved in Jamaica to the Cricket Stadium. So
because it holds more people.
So I think it has to do more with the fact that the grass was in better condition than the current condition. But the stadium does hold 35,000 people. From what I read, it was sold out in minutes. Folks are, going crazy with Messi mania, even in Jamaica. So they're expecting him there. I'm expecting him there, but we'll have to see what happens. If Inter Miami wins 5-0 on the first leg, then there's no guarantee that Messi is going to play in that second leg.
That's what I was going to ask you. If we win like 4-0, 5-0, there's really kind of no reason to play Messi in the second game. But that's what we were talking about earlier. Messi is under a new type of pressure. When he was over in La Liga and Ligue 1 over in Spain and in France, he had a different type of pressure to perform and to win and to do all these other things. He recently said he didn't like his time at PSG, but he has a different pressure now in MLS, or at least on this side of the globe, a pressure to play, because if he doesn't show up like tonight, they're basically just opening up the gates and people can come to the game for free in Houston. It's a different type of pressure Messi is kind of traded, although I'm sure he's more happy with the trade that he has made, but it is really kind of a pressure. When Messi doesn't play, a lot of things in this side of the world get kind of crazy in the soccer world.
Yeah, and I mean, rightfully so, but you have to really think about whose fault is it, and who do you point the blame to? Who do you point the finger to in this instance? And really, it can't be Messi and it can't be Inter Miami, because there's no way that Inter Miami is going to know what players are available on what days, because you have some very veteran players who are going to have to rest on certain days, especially when you have so many games, back to back in a certain amount of days, and so. At this point, I point the finger at the Houston Dynamo franchise and their front office for putting the tickets at such high value. I got reports that there was Houston Dynamo fans in front of the stadium as early as 10 o'clock this morning, demanding a refund or demanding some sort of compensation for the fact that Messi wasn't going to be playing.
But Daniel, here's the thing, right? Houston's a good soccer market, right? It's a very good soccer market in the States. I'm shocked that this game wasn't going to be in NRG Stadium where the Texans play, because you had Messi. If Messi was going to play, it was a type of game that would have been probably moved to that type of facility. I feel like they knew he wasn't going to be there.
I don't think so. I think really every team really wants to play in their stadium. Remember that to get NRG Stadium, you have to rent it out. They don't own that stadium. And so you have to guarantee a certain amount of ticket sales. And what if by chance you cannot guarantee that certain amount of ticket sales? Well, not only that, but you have to pay the security, you have to pay. So there's a lot of costs that go into it. And at the end of the day, if you can charge your fans $200 or $150, whatever it was that they charge them for the 30,000 or the 20,000 that are going to be there, you're going to have a much bigger profit than if you maybe don't sell out NRG Stadium and you're stuck with this bill.
And yeah, you know what? I just thought about it. And you don't want to get caught up in the same situation that happened last year, where a lot of teams knew like maybe a week that Messi wasn't going to play, and they started to have to lower the prices of the tickets, kind of refund the fans, or give them some type of deal with the concessions in order to make up for the fact that he wasn't going to be there. I see that point.
Let's be serious about one thing, and Dan, you can chime in on this too, because you can kind of relate to this in any sport. When LeBron was playing for the Heat, and the Heat were to go to play somewhere, weren't fans hoping that LeBron didn't play so that your team could beat the Heat? I relate that to that. So I mean, I get it. I get fans want to see Messi play. They want to see the GOAT play. But I mean, for Houston fans, you kind of have to, on the, I guess, be happy on one side, because your team is going to have a bigger chance of possibly beating one of the favorites to win the MLS Cup, when if Messi was playing, I mean, the odds would have not been in their favor at all.
We are in week 2, and like you said, one of the favorites to win the Border Shield, to win MLS Cup. Inter Miami, they are exactly that. I know we're only week 2, but who are some of the contenders that Inter Miami is going to have to compete against? It looks like Philadelphia is going to be right back there again, and LAFC is absolutely loaded. Who are some other teams that Inter Miami might have to kind of look over their shoulder and worry about?
Yeah, so San Diego FC is, came out of the gate, beat the defending.
Isn't that crazy, guy? Like,
absolutely.
Is Landon still the coach?
No. Landon
So this is their second season.
No, second game.
This is their second game. This
second
is their
game.
first
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm thinking about the women's team. This is the second. Yeah, I was thinking about the women.
It is the NWSL San Diego team second year.
Yeah, it is. This is the NWSL second team. Hey, see, I'm caring about San Diego soccer. Okay, second game, and they're busting ass. So wait, are they trying to knock the Galaxy out of Southern California power right now?
I mean, that's one. And look, I think they suffered a really tough injury yesterday to Chucky Lozano. It looked like he came up with a hamstring injury. So that's going to be a really, really tough blow to them. But they really came out of the gates running and announcing themselves to the league by beating the defending champion Galaxy last week. They had a good game. Yesterday, one of the other teams out in the West with new coach Bruce Arena is the San Jose Earthquake, and they're really rolling again. Bruce Arena taking a bunch of his old players from New England Revolution, and New England Revolution looks absolutely putrid this season. So the MLS is just getting started, just like you said, Dan. Week 2 out of 34 weeks, a lot of football still left to go, but a lot of exciting storylines. Yesterday, you had Atlanta United lose to Charlotte. Charlotte, the home team, winning 2-0. Wilfried Zaha scoring a goal, one of their DPs coming over from Europe. And Atlanta United had won week 1 4-2 with their DP signing Latte La. And yesterday he was absolutely nowhere to be found. $27 million for a Latte in Atlanta, and he was nowhere to be found in Charlotte yesterday.
Ooh, man, can we just not play Atlanta ever again? Like, I just got bad feelings from last year getting bounced in the first round when we had everything set up for us. Just a bad matchup, man. Bad matchup. But nonetheless, I do believe Inter Miami has enough firepower to win tonight against like I said, it's hard to judge these teams because we're week 2. There's
Suarez is playing.
Yeah, right? And you got Suarez, you still got Busquets, and forgot to bring this up, Daniel Solana, a man that once said anybody but Calendar in goal. You're going to probably get that tonight. Calendar very questionable. Drake Calendar questionable to be in goal tonight. So I'm sure you're happy about that.
I mean, yeah, I did see that. I was actually going to bring it up because I know that there's a lot of folks who listen to the program who might be diehard Inter Miami fans and who love Drake Calendar, which I commend them for sticking by the goalkeeper while Ustadi has been absolutely amazing in goal this season. But look, if Calendar is ready to go, this is a game where I think it's okay to play him. And let's see if he still has something, to give. So he did travel with the team. He's questionable to play. But we'll have to wait for another 5.5 hours until the lineups get released and see who Javier Mascherano is going to put on the field. I suspect most of the young guns are going to play, like Telasco Segovia, Tadeo Allende. We'll probably see Benjamin Kremaski play. Redondo, hopefully Yannick Bright is going to play. I hear he's back from his leg injury. So, look, even though Messi's not going to play, Inter Miami still has a bunch of young studs out on the field, and it's definitely a matchup that you always want to watch.
Good. Oh, no. I was just going to say, well, this is for me. You know how I always got to, me and Daniel got to talk a little European Champions League soccer.
Don't talk Real Madrid, please.
Well, I mean, next week is round of 16. Round of 16. Right. I just wanted to know who he likes in these games, and also talk about the tough schedule that Athletic Madrid has had in like this last week. They played a crazy 4-4 Copa del Rey semifinal game against Barca, and then they probably have I think they have a La Liga game this weekend, and then they got to play Real Madrid on Tuesday or Wednesday.
Yeah, they played yesterday against Athletic and they won 1-0. So absolutely unreal 4-4 tie after going down 4-2 and getting 2 goals in the last 10 minutes of the game. Diego Simeone was jumping up and down on the sideline. Now you have the Champions League match, just like you said, Vlad, between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid, the Madrid Derby. And look, I tend to lean more on on the Colchonistas, on the Atletico Madrid side, just because Diego Forlan played there and some other Uruguayans, play there, and Josema Jimenez plays there. But I have to tip my hat over to Real Madrid just because it's Champions League, guys. And, although they lost this weekend to Real Betis away in Sevilla, I think that really, when it comes to Champions League, for some reason, Real Madrid just has another chip that they turn on. So if they were going to get a matchup that I think could upset them, this might be the matchup, just because they play each other so much, they know each other so much, and I know that Diego Simeone is just salivating, waiting for Tuesday at 9 p.m. European time for that game to start, because there's nothing more than he loves than the bright lights and this type of game.
I can't wait.
Battered Herod podcast. Daniel Solana joining us at Danny DANISOLANA5. He is not just a soccer guy; he is a lifelong Heat diehard. Today, Heat Knicks legendary rivalry. What is your favorite memory? And we're going to get into this later in the show. Your favorite memory that stands out in your mind of Heat Knicks?
Stan Van Gundy holding on to Alonzo Mourning's leg. I mean, no
Hey,
doubt.
Jeff, because if Stan
I
held
mean,
him,
sorry, Jeff Van Gundy. I apologize.
Zoe's leg might have broke. If it was Stan would,
You're
Stan was a
you're
big guy.
right. You're right. It's gotta be Jeff Van Gundy holding on to Alonzo Mourning's leg during that playoff game. That's gotta be one of my all-time favorite Heat moments. And followed by a close second, Dwayne Wade cooking the Madison Square Garden faithful in one of those Heat Knicks games where he made the game winner. I believe it hit the rim and went in. So those are my two top Heat Knicks moments that I can remember off the top of my head right now.
And circling back tonight, Inter Miami, once again, no Messi, hopefully no problem against the Houston Dynamo. I don't know how good they're going to be exactly. We know that Inter Miami is expected to be one of the best in MLS, if not in CONCACAF. They got enough firepower tonight. I got them winning probably 3-2. What's your prognosis on this game?
I think it'll be 2-1 or 1-0 in Inter Miami's favor. Houston Dynamo haven't won a game in a very long time. They had an absolute blunder last week against FC Dallas. But speaking to reporters out of Houston, they seem to feel like the team is a lot better this year. They reinforced themselves with a really nice young DP in Jack McGlynn, a player who is going to be considered for the national team or has been considered for the national team. And we'll see. That's their star player. They have a couple other of guys to look for, but I'm with you, Dan. I think it'll be a Heron win tonight, and it'll be a 1-goal difference. Well, whether it's 3-2, 2-1, or 1-0, hey, I'll take it. But if you are on the Hard Rock app, bet that 1-goal difference.
I want that 3 points.
Absolutely. No doubt.
Daniel Solana, Battered Heron podcast. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's talk next week. We're going to have a lot to talk about. We got the Cavalier SC game or FC game that's going to be happening against Jamaica. We have the game tonight. And then Inter Miami going to get back into action in MLS play. Also, they're going to be taking on Charlotte. That's going to be Sunday at 4 o'clock. So a lot to talk about. And of course, we'll see how Real Madrid does in the Champions League.
Yes. Thank you, cousin. You see? And you wonder why I don't hang out with you.
No, well, yeah, that's another thing. Daniel Solana, if you were here, you'd hang out with me after the show for a little bit before going to the Heat game. Are you going to the Heat game tonight?
Unfortunately, I'm not. I was going to go, but I had a last-minute emergency today, so I have to sell my tickets, or if I can't
You
sell
can give it to Vlad.
I can end up giving them away. Yeah, if I
give it to Vlad. You probably got better seats than I do.
Oh, definitely.
If you can't go, give it to me. I'll take them.
All right,
Try to sell them, and if you can't sell them, give them to Vlad.
All right, that's a deal. It's on the radio, so we got to do it.
Go take care of business. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys.
We'll talk to you guys next on Sports Day. A little hashtag What's Trending, taking it to the Twitter, X, and Facebook, maybe even OnlyFans World. 560 WQAM. Panthers have placed Matthew Tkachuk on the injured reserve. He's missed 4 games since suffering that groin injury at the Four Nations face-off.
Yay! Right? It's all about
It's all country over club, baby.
Okay.
The man is a patriot. Leave that man alone.
You know they lost too, right?
Yeah, they lost to Canada. Stupid Connor McDavid.
All that BS you were talking.
Being the best player in the world has to make a play in overtime. Oh, man. Okay, so Matthew Tkachuk has been placed on the injured reserve with a groin injury. It's not immediately known if Tkachuk is on the traditional injured reserve or a long-term injured reserve.
Wait a minute. What type of... Okay,
So
we're about to get into pause-worthy territory.
we're going to pause right now because I want to say this. There were reports that Matthew Tkachuk could be out for the whole entire year. Earlier this week on the Joe Rose Show, who you can hear every Monday through Friday from 6 to 10, Coach Paul Maurice was on, and he said he would return this year.
I did hear that. I heard that. Now that gave me encouragement.
I'm here to tell you,
excited.
Put him on the long term. Put him on the long term injury reserve.
But if you're saying long term, that means that's a tear.
I'm saying,
and it's a groin, right?
Look, we got to take some precautions. Yes.
Hey, yo.
He has a groin injury, and he's been put on the injury reserve, like I said, not knowing if it's traditional or if it's long-term. I say, let's just get ready for the playoffs. We just made the trade with Spencer Knight, a first-round pick, to get Seth Jones, who's a great player. We're all in, but we don't have to be all in on winning the President's Cup. We need to be all in on winning the Stanley Cup. So let's go. Let's focus. But yeah, so a little bit of cause for concern. Man, I would feel so much. I mean, I feel better that Paul Maurice came out and said he will play again this season. But you know, where there's smoke, there's fire. And maybe, just maybe, those reports of him being out for the entire season gets me nervous, Vlad. Does it keep you up at night? It keeps me up at night a little bit. And I know my dude Seth Gelman is listening right now. He's a little nervous right now.
It doesn't keep me up at night, but I'm not happy about this.
I'm nervous. But you got to do what you got to do for your country, man. When your country calls, you show up. He also did a favor to the NHL because the NHL's ratings have gone up because of him and his brother. But
has it?
Yeah.
What's the ratings now after the Four Nations?
It's up a little bit.
No, are you sure about that?
It's up.
You sure?
Yes. I'm a ratings guy. We were talking ratings.
Okay,
earlier.
Nielsen.
We were talking ratings earlier.
Okay, Nielsen. Yeah, we were talking about ratings.
Good news. Not good news for this station. Good news. We're good. But there's other stations.
You're an idiot, bro. I asked you about a certain station. You were like, well, can't get any lower than 0.
Yeah, you can't go lower than 0.
I was like, damn.
You cannot go lower than 0. And that I was not being silly. Like, I was being honest. They started.
Oh, no. You're right.
And you can figure it out if you know us. They started.
No, they don't got to figure out anything. They don't got to figure out anything.
So let's go to what's trending once again. For some reason, okay, so Danny Rabinowitz, speaking of the Joe Rose Show, who's the morning producer for the Joe Rose Show, he took the back end of the week off to go to Las Vegas and go to the Sphere. I looked up the Sphere just to see who he was going to play. I mean, they got cookies everywhere because I can't open up anything without getting the Sphere thrown in my face. It's everywhere. But nonetheless, tonight is the Oscars. Okay. And lo and behold, who's trending? Demi Moore. Why is Demi Moore trending? She might win one.
She might win one, right?
Yeah. Also trending, and I hope she does, Zoe Saldana, who I know you haven't watched the movie yet, Vlad. First of all, Zoe Saldana, all-time bad one from the Dominican Republic.
Part Haitian.
She's part Asian?
Haitian.
Oh, yeah. But she's an all-time bad one, although, but I know you're not going to watch it, but Amelia Perez is fantastic. It's the only movie I've seen that's in this Oscar nomination buzz, but it was fantastic. And I'm not a musical type guy, but it was fantastic. And Zoe Saldana did an absolute wonderful job. So Zoe Saldana's trending. Demi Moore is trending.
You know they're going to give it to her.
They should. She did a great job in that movie. I mean, absolutely wonderful job. And I don't want to give away too much of the movie, but the other main character, that person did an unbelievable job. And by the way, what an interesting movie, Amelia Perez. I was thinking about this on the way in. A French director, a Spanish movie that takes place in Mexico, and they got the accents all correct, even though the main character outside of Zoe Saldana is from Spain. He got a Mexican accent correct. Man, that's unbelievable. Canes are trending right now. Why are the Canes trending, you're wondering?
Why?
No real reason. It seems like they had some of the guys at the combine that were working out, and Restrepo, he did 17 reps bench press this morning. I can't remember how much did they do on the bench, but I think it's like 225. He did 17 reps.
John Cena's trending.
I know. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. The Canes women's basketball team at Cal today at 5:00. John Cena did some nasty work yesterday.
John Cena did.
We'll get
finally.
We'll get it.
Finally.
Hurricanes baseball is playing today. Hopefully they win.
They're not
again.
trending.
Yeah, it is trending.
Trending where? You must have local trending.
I probably am. Yeah.
Yeah. You're only doing
But it's
local.
still trending.
It ain't trending. No. Trending's nationwide.
I really got no skin in the
worldwide.
game. The Oscars. I mean, I just hope hot women win the whole time, and deserving people. I don't know. Whatever. I used to watch the Oscars. I don't do that anymore because I don't have TV anymore. But Lewandowski's trending. Real Sociedad got whooped earlier. Whooped that trick by FC Barcelona 4-0 earlier today in La Liga.
Well, that's good for them.
Is it good that they got whooped?
Yeah, I mean, what did you expect? You expected them to win after Barcelona just had a 4-4 tie, 4-4 draw where they were up 4-2 and gave up 2 goals late in the last 10 minutes. That was a bad loss. That was a bad result in the Copa del Rey semifinals at home, by the way. At home,
Zoe Saldana.
So yeah, whoever they were going to play next was going to get their ass kicked.
Real Sociedad
took Real Sociedad did.
It absolutely took.
Fulham is up 1-0 over Man U in Premier.
So what do you do tonight, Vlad? Do you watch the Heat? Well, you're going to the Heat game. Do you watch the Heat game or the Oscars? Because, there's always other Heat games to watch. But it's a rivalry game tonight between the Knicks and the Heat. But then the Oscars is only one time a year.
There's only one movie awards I watch.
Golden Globes?
AVN.
What is that?
Adult video.
Oh, there's awards for that?
Of course. Where you been?
I mean,
dude, we went to Exotica. You don't think there's come on, man. Stop being don't be that guy.
We went to Exotica.
So come on, man.
Exotica was okay.
Okay, but don't you think if there's an Exotica, don't you think there's gonna be award shows for the porn?
Yeah, they should.
Oh, what do you stop? Come on.
Do you have
capping for the
I'm sorry, I'm not no pun intended. Do you have skin in the game when you watch the exotic awards? Like, do you have a certain performer that you
absolutely
like? I'm cheering for Zoe Saldana tonight because I'm and Amelia. I hope Amelia Perez wins.
Absolutely, I like and they got new awards for content creators and everything like that. Absolutely, I got some.
There's a lot of questions. I have
some great actresses out there.
We'll save that for the rap show instead of on the air because I have a lot of questions about this award show.
No, I'll tell you. I'll explain it to you.
Oh, is Dolly Parton trending? I hope so.
Well, speaking of porn,
yes, Dolly Parton's trending. She's singing for the Ukraine. I'm not even joking. This just in.
What she saying? 9 to 5 for them?
Dolly Parton voices her support for the Ukraine at a concert after Trump attacks President, whatever happened earlier this week. Now, this is me doing Dolly Parton's voice. Now, I don't want to be political, and it's not, but I want to send our love and hope to our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. Dolly usually stays above that stuff, but she said Dolly decided to come out for the Ukraine after some nastiness this week. If you haven't caught that trending, that's already trended, so we're not going to talk about it. But let's go. Seriously, she's on the Mount Rushmore of bad ones. I gotta say, Dolly Parton, Britney Spears.
Are you talking about intangibles?
No. I'm talking about my all-time bad ones. All-time bad ones. That's
Dan Day's list.
Zoe Kravitz is on my all-time.
That's a Dan Day.
Well, everybody has theirs.
Everybody
has theirs. Just because it's mine.
Do you have an you're in a relationship? Do you have a get out of jail free card?
No, dude.
Type of superstar.
What's wrong with you?
You don't get a hall pass? You don't have a hall pass?
No.
She has a hall pass?
No.
All right. I like that.
That's so silly. Like, if Garth Brooks, I don't know why I said Garth Brooks. If Garth Brooks wants to sleep with me, I get a free pass.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, listen.
You're going to be infuriated if that actually happened. You can't be like, oh, okay, well, I told you it was okay if you sleep with Garth Brooks.
Nah, the hall passes. Nah. I'm sorry. All right, so we're in sports, right?
Man, Dolly Parton is.
Say you run into.
Look at that. Miley Cyrus is her goddaughter too. Another all-time bad one. This segment has just become about me talking.
Say you
about
run into say you ran into somebody you feel like is an all-time bad one. We don't gotta put no names or anything like that.
I can put some names out there.
Well, okay. So say that you ran
Zoe
into
Saldana.
Okay, and she was feeling you. Invited you back for a nightcap.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Shay and Chad.
Thank you.
And
You're asking a rhetorical question.
I'm just saying.
You're asking a rhetorical question.
Because here's the thing about the hall pass.
There is no hall pass.
There is.
Come on now.
There is. At least for men.
So you would give your girl a hall pass?
No, she ain't gonna run into nobody that she desires other than me. But I'm definitely gonna run into people that I may desire other than her.
Exotica. I mean, you never know what's gonna happen.
See, I'm not gonna do that for you know what though. But here's the thing,
Straight
though.
up.
I'm not gonna do that like at an Exotica.
I'm gonna throw some stones and glass.
Nah, I'm not doing that.
And I'm
but
gonna tell some tales out of school.
I'm saying if it's a Zoe Saldana, I'm like, yo, if I run into like at like a if I run into her,
Miley Cyrus. Oh man. Zoe Kravitz. Oh man.
Yeah, hall pass. Yeah, Dan's absolutely sneaky linking with one of his bad ones. Absolutely, RVA Richie.
Look, man, I work and go home. That's all I do. You've been to my work.
Fam, he uses exactly, RVA. He uses the bunnies as a way to come on, man.
Hey.
Your girl must be listening. That's why you acting like that. If she's listening, just blink your eyes twice.
No.
Okay, then you got a hall pass. Like if you had a hall pass, would you do it?
No.
But you got the hall pass.
No. It's not right.
All of a sudden you got morals?
I've always had morals. I have very high standards.
Please. Look at me. Yeah, me.
I get mad about
like a
stuff.
Caribbean person that I am.
I get mad about people that are crappy on the radio, which I'm going to go talk to another boss, and be like, that's garbage and you need to be better. And if that person snaps back at me, I'm going to hit them with evidence because I have standards and ethics. I do.
When?
Always.
When did this start? Am I today old when I found out Dan has standard and ethics? I'm today old.
I think you were not today old.
I am today old.
You're on this show for a reason.
Did that find out Dan has standard and man, Dan, you know what?
You're on the show for a reason.
Damn it. Let me take off my cap. Let me take off my cap because you capping. Let me take off. You show my grays. Daniel Day.
Go ahead.
If Zoe Saldana, Miley Cyrus,
Zoe Kravitz. Oh,
wait. Sabrina Carpenter.
Oh, what about Olivia Rodrigo?
That's the one.
She's like, anyway.
Yeah.
Who has a birthday today? I thought somebody had a birthday. We got a lot of good birthdays today, by the way.
You see how Dan's trying to
Becky G.
Okay.
She's 28 today.
And we talked about Becky G. She no longer with that soccer player, right?
No, he cheated on her, man.
So Becky G wants to come on.
Don't forget Victoria Justice.
I'm just saying.
She could be listening.
And I have another
Victoria
question
Justice,
to ask.
Come on by.
And I have another question.
Yes, sir.
No. Answer the question. Hall pass, yes or no?
I don't have a hall pass.
If you had a hall pass and would you do it? All right, yes. Okay.
Gonna get you caught up with them.
No, answer the question. No, we ain't gotta go to break. We ain't gotta go to break.
I would move some things around in my life.
Okay, I want you to think about this and then
I would
answer
move some things around in my life.
Would you be a rebound if for one of those ladies? If you were single.
Oh, Vlad.
So you would, because man, get out of here. You see, I said I would. But you would if you were single, yes. But you're their rebound.
If they ever offered dessert to me, I would be single at that point in my life. I mean, come on.
You lie, boy.
I'm working 9 to 5 here.
You lying.
Always keeping on the going. 9 to 5.
That's a good. I like how this comes full circle since we were talking about Dolly.
Dolly Parton got political, and I get pulled into a conversation about hall passes.
Yeah, Dolly Parton got political, and all of a sudden you got all conventional.
It's a yin yang in this world, man. Energies say equal out.
Yeah.
No, I love them.
I'm sliding that hall pass every time.
I love them.
Hall pass.
I never understood why people don't go with the more attainable hall pass. I guess because they wouldn't allow it.
Wait. It's a hall pass.
Well,
that's the thing. It's not because here's the thing.
Loki, King of Queens, one time, she's like, you can have a hall pass. Who do you want? And he's like, your best friends.
Because here's the thing about hall pass, right?
It's got to be unattainable.
If it's got to be unattainable. Like I could even come on, it's your homegirl.
I still think I got a chance with Becky G, Victoria Justice.
But then that's the thing. They don't think that. But if you do get it, you get the props because it's like, damn, she's thinking my man was that good that this type of celebrity wanted him. So you got to feel good about yourself. It's an ego booster for the ladies. It's an ego slider.
Went to like a Bad Bunny concert, and Bad Bunny's known to do this. And she hooks up with Bad Bunny because he's been known to do this because he's single. I'd be like, damn.
It's actually a slider for the girlfriend or the wife.
Oh, well, I tip my hat. Like you said, a cap. All right,
it's actually like, you know how, NBA 2K got sliders? It's actually good for them. Like, your husband, your man is desirable by
it's
top
a badge of honor.
list celebrity. Yeah. It's a badge of honor.
If you put it that way, I'll do it then. Yes.
There you go, Playboy. There you go. That's all we needed. Just break it down to the, bone gristle.
Got headlines coming back next, 560 WQA.
Oh, yeah. I'm with this. I'm just going to sit here laid back to this nice mellow beat, you know?
Oh, yeah. Sunday Funday. Panthers got a blowout win last night. Against the Calgary Flames. Matthew Tkachuk put on the injured reserve. Tonight, though, it's not the Oscars. It's Heat, Knicks. Rivalry renewed. Two teams making playoff pushes. Knicks need some get right, although they got right against the Memphis Grizzlies the other night. But they, always wanted to get right against the Miami Heat. The Miami Heat always got a little extra juice in the game, even though Jaime Jaquez and Andrew Wiggins are questionable tonight. Going to be a sold-out crowd tonight. It's going to be hot. 6 o'clock.
MSG South.
Kaseya Center right here on the flagship station for the Miami Heat, 560 WQAM. We're going to take you up to 4:45.
45.
That is when Alejandro Solana going to take over for preheat. Tommy Ty got the pregame. Tommy Ty's from the Northeast area, that New York area.
Yeah, but Tommy knows who pays his
Is that the tri-state area?
What? New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut? That's the tri-state.
That's a tri-state area? Okay,
Yeah.
so I think he's from Pennsylvania. So maybe no, New Jersey. He's from New Jersey. Yeah.
Nah, Tommy's he's a local guy. But yeah.
Jason Jackson, Amy Audibert on the call. He knows
that. He's a Heat guy. He might root for the Knicks if the Heat are not involved because of his New York ties.
Tommy's all in with the Knicks.
He's all in. No, he's not.
He's all in with the Heat. That's what I meant.
He's all in with the Heat. He's all in with the
True
Heat.
professional, man. Like me. If I ever moved to Atlanta, it'd be tough, but gotta do what you gotta do.
Why would you move to Atlanta for?
I would hopefully never live in Atlanta. That cesspool of a city is
Jesus. I love ATL.
No,
relax.
Yes, like going to strip clubs and eating wings. That's what you like doing. You don't like going to Atlanta.
So what's the problem with that? That's
You can do that anywhere. You can go to Tootsie's and do that. Move to Atlanta then. Go ahead. Nobody's like, oh, you know where I want to move? Atlanta. You know where I want to go on vacation? Atlanta.
Why not?
Nope. Okay. What are you doing in Atlanta?
What are you down on Atlanta?
Because I'm just being honest. Oh, the Coca-Cola world. Ooh, that sounds fun. That's what I want to do on my vacation. Go to a soft drink place. Huh?
Really down on Atlanta.
No, I'm just being honest. Do you vacation in Atlanta? Where are you vacationing this year, Vlad?
I don't vacation. I don't consider vacationing in North America vacationing. I think I call it like taking a trip.
I really want to go to Colombia.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to go to South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to go to Martinique, but I'm going to end up in Portland and Seattle, and then I'm also going to go to the Grand Canyon. I'll spend a day at Vegas because you got to fly into Vegas. I would love to spend more time in Vegas, if you know what I mean.
Hey, now.
I'm a Hunter S. Thompson fan, so.
You want to look at you.
Fear and Loathing, baby.
You want to do Fear and Loathe, but you're not going to utilize a hall pass. Look at you, man.
I said I'm using. First of all,
I had to break it. I had to break you down in order for you to, accept it.
No,
but geez,
dude. We're not gonna get into my personal beliefs and standards, but yeah, Jimmy Butler though he's got some low standards when it comes to taking care of his house. Apparently, his homeowner is suing him because the house he rented here in Miami had damage and needed a repair. Like,
is that the reason why he didn't play last night? He didn't play last night.
And the Knicks and the Warriors lost.
And the Warriors lost to a terrible 76ers team.
Yeah, that 76ers team is god awful. Without Joel Embiid, maybe ever.
Stink.
Joel Embiid might be gone forever. I think that knee is really, really bad. And like we said, Paul George, don't trade for him in the future. He's not the answer. Definitely not the answer.
That's one of the worst sports contracts now.
76ers though. Big win last night.
He called funny. He said Jimmy was out with a strained wallet.
Yeah. Wallet was weighing him down. Good luck, guys. The Knicks are in town, though, tonight at 6. Jaime, Andrew Wiggins.
Yo, let's talk about Jaime, bro. Let's break this down, man.
It's been a bad year.
What's up with the sophomore slump? I didn't expect it from him.
It's a combination. He's been a little bit banged up, and he's also kind of been on the, for lack of a better term, hit list for Eric Spoelstra.
Oh, my God. Well, let me ask you this. Is he on the hit list because of the fact that they expected more from him and he has a sophomore slump, or was he just been confused by his role with everything that was going on? Because here's the thing, if that's the case, then Spo don't come out and like the other day after the win against the Pacers and say, "Oh, we have clarity now. We're moving forward and everything's gonna go." Like, fam, you knew this could the organization, not even only Spo, Riles, everybody, the brass, the top brass. You knew that this could have happened. It could have torn the team, this situation with Jimmy. Why did you allow it to get to that level? And then now when you're coming to me after a 2-game winning streak, and then you're saying that we have clarity, should have been clarity from the beginning of the season. Like, you put those young men in I know they say they're professionals, but they're still young. You kind of put them in a nasty situation, man.
Yeah. It's been a combination, like everything. It's a combination of things with Jaime Jaquez Jr., the injuries, the kind of sophomore slump, and then he had some issues with the brass. And we know one thing about Heat brass.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to cookies, when it comes to hotels and flights,
yo, fam, I know it's so
they get upset.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
and
dude.
they will hold it against you.
And you know what's so terrible about, because we talked about this yesterday, because we talked about it yesterday for on our show.
Maybe they're better for it.
But I'm like, I know it's 11 years after the fact, but still, it was just like, really? Like, he possibly might leave, and he's probably gonna leave, but don't give him that extra, like,
favors.
Don't give him that boost. Don't give him that 30% boost that the Hard Rock gives you when you're laying out wagers. You hear that, Hard Rock? Giving you a shout out. Holla at Dan and I.
I'll be there. We got a sports book coming up.
We will there.
Coming up for the it's called Buckets and Buzzers.
I like that.
Coming up for the first 2 rounds of the NCAA tournament.
Buckets and Buzzers. Babs.
It's going to be awesome, bro.
Like
it's going to be like being in Vegas. You don't have to go to Vegas now. You can just sit there. We're going to have every TV surround you. You can buy VIP tickets. Just go to our website, WQAM.com. You can get general admission. It's going to be open bar, so I'm going to be there.
Word?
Come on, dude. It's right by Duffy's, too, so I can just slide in and out and just live the life.
Yeah. Wait, that's opening Thursday, right?
Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Oh,
Sunday.
God.
It's going to be wild.
Yo.
We're going to have the Hawk and Crowder show out there, Tobin and Leroy show out there for both.
Vlad and Dan will be there. Are they not? That's it. After Hawk and Crowder. Oh, this is.
I might be just doing my own show.
I think Dan. I think I'm staying the whole day at Duffy's, bro.
Okay, you're always welcome.
No, I think because all the tournament games are gonna be on.
Yes.
Because I remember last time when people were waiting at 10:30 in the morning at Duffy's, or some bars.
Buy one, get one.
Right. They wait at 10:30, 11 o'clock just to get their seat to watch and stay there all 12 hours.
So what you need to do now is maybe, what do you call warm the oven a little bit. Stop by Duffy's and Plantation. Go say hi to Justin, Sabrina. Tell them that you know us, Vlad and Dan, and say, look, I'm going to be here Thursday at 10 a.m. Save me a seat. That's all you got to do. Got it from me and Vlad. It's the Vlad and Dan special. And 2-for-1 drinks all the time. That's also but I'm trying to take credit for a little more than I deserve. Let's get back to it.
But
Panthers,
yeah.
Matthew Tkachuk is on the injured reserve. We don't know the extent of his injury or how long he's going to be out, but you do know he's on the injured reserve. But that's no problem for the Panthers, baby. They got a big win last night against the Calgary Flames, who play that West Coast style of hockey. Western Canada style, which means fast, high scoring. Well, they weren't high scoring last night. Sergei
Big game tomorrow.
50th shutout. And Seth Jones is now on the team.
Oh, big trade.
Spencer Knight.
So who's our backup goalie now?
And the first round pick go to the Chicago Blackhawks for veteran all-star defenseman Seth Jones.
I want to know who the Panthers backup goalie now. What I love about hockey, their trading deadline is so late. It's literally 3 weeks before the season ends.
Your backup goalie is going to be... we'll just play Seth Jones there.
I don't think he can play goalie there, even though he's a big boy. Pause. But yeah. Yeah, the only goalie listed right now is Sergei Bobrovsky.
Drager.
That means they're making a move.
Still got some time for the trade.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The trading deadline is what? Another 2 weeks? Maybe another week or so?
The Panthers are obviously all in. They were all in last year. They're all in. If you're going for get Seth Jones out there and giving up Spencer Knight, who you would think was the heir apparent.
Yeah, and I think Sergei, he's not 25. He's 35.
He's balling me 50th shutout last night. What a player.
March 7th. So the trading deadline is this Thursday.
Tomorrow, the Tampa Bay Lightning.
That's a big game, guys. That's a big one. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not doing anything Monday evening, please go out to the Amerant Bank Arena and we'll go watch the I-75
What a rivalry.
The
It's
I-35
rivalry
rivalry.
week here in South
It
Florida.
is rivalry.
Tonight, the Knicks are in town.
Tomorrow,
The Lightning are in town.
do go watch the game. The top 2 teams in the NHL, top 2 respected and loved teams by players, the teams that most players would want to play for.
Who are
And be
the
coached
Marlins
under.
are playing the Cardinals today? That's a spring training rivalry.
Stop capping.
They played a ton of times in the spring training. Jensen Junk had a rough outing the other day, Wednesday. He gave up our only run. We won 4-1 in the game, but he gave up a run in an inning. So
That's your boy.
Jensen Junk.
I don't know. Yeah, they could definitely I definitely think the Panthers will make a move for a backup goalie.
They might. That would be a good move, I think, before the trade deadline. So we'll see. Speaking of moving, Robert Jones, Isaiah Wynn, and Liam Eichenberg are all set to hit free agency in 2 weeks. Sources say that.
Bye-bye, Ike.
Yeah, I know. Sources say Bears guard Tevin Jenkins is interested in joining Miami for around $30 million a year. I can see that. That's cool. I'll take that. Canes basketball, they fell to North Carolina yesterday, 92-73. They have 2 games left on the season. Tuesday, 7 o'clock against Georgia Tech, then Saturday at noon versus NC State. That is going to be the final home game of the year. ACC tournament looking like it is not going to happen. Canes baseball team fell to 8th-ranked Florida, 6-3 yesterday. Try to salvage a game in that series today. They're going to get underway in just a few minutes.
Maybe FAU could make the tournament. They're up right now.
Yeah, they're playing. They play a lot of Sunday games.
I like that. They play Thursday and Sundays.
Let's see. Oop, alley-oop.
They're on the road.
Not traveling with the team for their match at 7 against the Houston Dynamo. That's at Shell Energy Stadium. They basically just opening up the gates. They told security to take the night off. Just let people in to the 22,000
They
person
did it, but that's
stadium.
funny.
Imagine the poor kids that live in Houston that are going to be wearing Messi jerseys tonight at the game. Like, oh,
it's 36. Jeez.
The team responded to number 10 not playing once again by opening up the gates. Inter Miami's busy. So we said got Houston Dynamo tonight. We got Cavalier FC from the Jamaican Premier League. They're coming to town Thursday. Cavalier FC, if you're wondering, Vlad, they have a game tonight, so they're not going to be fresh either. They have they're playing Humble Lions.
That's a good name.
Who's our favorite Jamaican team? Let's go find out.
Nah, I don't know. Humble Lions is a great name right now. That's a really great name.
Let's see. They got Mount Pleasant. Oh, that's okay. Montego Bay United. They're
MBU. I like that.
Humble Lions are at the very bottom of the table, by the way.
They got the best name so far.
They're 3-9 this year.
Right.
Okay. We're looking at some other ones. Yeah, I thought they'd have a Tivoli Gardens, Racing United, Waterhouse, Portmore. I like Portmore. But Humble Lions is our team now.
Humble Lions is a great name.
Dead last. They won their last game though, so they're trending, but they're dead last in the rankings of the Jamaican Premier League. But
somebody should be called Arrogant Lion. That would be great.
Humble
Arrogant Lions.
But what's more? Let's find out about the Humble Lions. I don't know. Are we the only radio station in America in the outside of Jamaica talking about Humble Lions right now? Let's see.
No, I think there's definitely a station in Brooklyn right now that's talking about.
They're based in Maypen.
Okay.
Vlad, I'm going to throw this out there because it probably will never happen, but I would like to go to a Humble Lions game.
You founded
in 1974 as a team of Rastafarians, Humble Lions FC was promoted to the Jamaican Premier League for the first time at the end of the 2008-2009 season. They finished the 2 seasons in the top tier above relegation zone. This year, that's not going to happen. They've actually been relegated a couple times.
What is this? Ted Lasso of the Jamaican teams?
Vlad, I would not be surprised if we get a call from Humble Lions to possibly celebrity coach their team. Probably pays better than here. I'm just saying. Maybe not. Jay Lucas is expected to be named Miami basketball's new head coach this week, and many think that he'll hire Columbus High's Andrew Moran as his assistant. So there you go. Get the Cajun man going, Mr. Moran. We'll see. Sources say the 49ers will trade Deebo Samuel and the Commanders for a 5th-round pick. We're going to talk about what that means for Tyreek Hill next. Tyreek Hill had a birthday.
Why doesn't it mean anything for Tyreek
Hill? Market. Like Tua said, the market is the market.
That means Tyreek is a 3rd-rounder.
Okay. That's the market. We'll talk about that next. But first, we got to take a step into the day spa. Controversy, Vlad. I know you saw this last night. I'm a little ticked off. Tank Davis, Lamont.
Oh my God, a robbery in Brooklyn.
One of the fights of the year. Tank Davis took a knee at one point and was docked a point in that match And he said the reason he took a knee
Was he docked?
his hair product. He was not docked a point, and then he barely won. So
He should have been docked. That was
he
a
should have
knockdown.
been docked. He said his hair care products got into his eye.
Why the hell are you wearing hair care products while you're fighting? You're sweating. What are you telling me? Soul Glow fell in your eye?
So
What in the
basically,
Harlem Nights is going on here?
Tank
This is Brooklyn Nights?
Tank wins by a whisker, and they did not dock him the point. But he says justifiably not dock the point because I got
All right.
hair care products in my
So here's the thing.
eye. Why don't we wear makeup too, Tank? Let's go.
In all honesty,
He wasn't knocked down early. I didn't think.
you got to beat the champ. So even if you fight the champ to a draw, you got to beat the champ. So you didn't win. But because Tank is so good, he's so effing good that we expected him to knock out what's his name? Lamont
Roach.
Lamont
Jr.
Roach Jr. And then when you see Lamont, you're like, holy crap, this guy is a good fighter. And then as some fight goes on, you're like, oh, he's a very good fighter. And then you're watching this, and every time you're expecting Tank to like, all right, finish this guy off with a thunderous punch, he either eats it, slips under it, and then retaliates. And he was stunned. Like the first time I ever seen Tank take a punch, and like he his legs wobbled. Like
Both guys got some good ones.
they
in.
got some good shots. That was a really good effing fight.
Fight of the year so far.
And I would not be upset. You can't be upset with that. Yeah, that should have been a knockdown. Because if it was
You just
anybody
can't take a
else,
knee. The rule is the rule.
you take a knee because of a punch or because of not of a punch. You take a knee. That's a
1 point
knockdown.
deduction. He did not get deducted because he said he had hair care products in his eye.
Well, the thing about it is, one judge gave him the fight, and the other two gave him the draw. So yeah, it would have been a majority decision from Lamont. So they're gonna have to run it back.
I think that's what everybody's excited about.
They're gonna have to run it back. Now, to me, I don't know.
No hair care products next time.
Yeah, enough with your Soul Glow, bro. Man, come on,
Do
man.
people still do that? They put like Afro Sheen and So Glow in
You're
their hair?
not supposed to put none of that stuff while you're fighting. You're sweating. The lights are on you. You're gonna sweat. Why are you gonna put something that could blind you?
Did
That
you ever
made
have a
no
relax-
sense.
Did you ever have a relaxer?
I never had a Jerry curl. What's wrong with you? I look like I could have a Jerry
could
curl.
you if you wanted to?
Hell no. I would
Okay.
never put no curl in my hair.
I would love to see
I'm
you
peasy,
with
baby.
a relaxer.
No, man. I'm
I want to
peasy.
see you with a Jerry curl.
Never.
Do it for the show.
Hell no.
Dedicate yourself.
Yeah, okay.
What do you want me to do? I'll get a tattoo.
Use your hall pass. Get a hall pass and use it.
Don't tempt me now. I'm if I were lucky enough. Imagine Miley Cyrus coming up. Hey, you, huh? Had a shot with Zoe Kravitz, though. I really think I did one time.
Oh, that's nasty work. Yeah, but no. Lamont Roach, great. Lamont Roach Jr., great showing
They'll
last
make a
night.
ton of money in the next fight, and maybe.
But
Tank
yeah, I hope it's
Davis
not.
can get sponsored by a
But-
hair care product. It's
Soul
true.
Glow.
Do some Soul Glow, man.
Soul Glow comes back. That'd be
What about
hysterical.
when we jamming like headpieces, man? Do you ever wear that?
No.
I want to see you wear a we jamming.
No. What do it look like?
Why not? I'll wear one. Keep my curls going, my flow.
Jesus. What's wrong with this guy?
What's wrong with Tyreek Hill? Debo Samuel, 5th round pick.
By the way, I'm happy that you wished him a happy birthday yesterday.
Yeah, I was bashing him, and then I looked up how old he was. I was like, "Oh, it's his birthday. I'll take it back." No, we're gonna get after him. Tyreek was talking on his birthday. It's birthday boy. We're gonna see what he's saying in these streets and what it means for the Miami Dolphins next on 560 WQAM. Happy 31st birthday to Tyreek Hill yesterday. Number 10, turning big at 3-1. He tweeted out yesterday. Get this. This will be my best year yet, Doll fans, with a peace sign emoji. Best year yet. It's interesting how people are all cocky and crazy and wild. You have a bad season. People start talking about trading you, and you start being like, I love Miami. I love the Dolphins. Tyreek Hill's had to somewhat, just a little bit, had to humble himself, it seems like, a little bit this year because of the bad season, because of the quote-unquote arrest before the first game, because of the antics, quitting, quote-unquote, quitting on his team at the end. Notice he's been a little, maybe it just hasn't gotten out as much, he's been a little less mouthy than he used to be. You still here?
But Leopard can't change their spots, man.
That's the thing. Tyreek Hill, though, happy birthday, 31 years old, tweets out, I'm gonna have my best year yet, Dolphins fans. Seems like he's been humbled a little bit after the bad season, after all the crazy,
maybe after, you know what it is?
and quitting on the team, though.
Dan, you know
Quote
what it is?
unquote. I don't have a problem with
You know
that.
what it is, Dan? I think athletes are all across sports are realizing it doesn't matter who you are, man. You can be the best player, considered the number one player in the league. Your ass can be traded if a team sees there's reason to, and they can get close to the dollar or 85 cents or 90 cents to the dollar in return of investment.
Tyreek Hill has a happy 31st birthday yesterday, tweets out he's going to have his best year yet. Dolphins seems to be kind of quieting down, endearing. Maybe he's seeing what the market is and what's going on out there. Deebo Samuel gets traded, or supposedly will get traded, for a 5th-round pick. Deebo Samuel, at one point, one of the most valuable players in the league. Teams are starting to be like, why all the headaches? And there's a lot of people who are calling for Tyreek Hill to get traded. Dave Hyde wrote an article in the Sun Sentinel. Our own Channing Crowder, you're talking about Ryan Clark. Channing Crowder even has some articles written about his recent talk on the Hawk and Crowder show that, he ain't getting faster. He ain't getting younger. We need to trade him while his value is high. We already got a number 1 in Jalen Waddle that we're paying like a number 1, but he's playing as a number 2. So now Tyreek Hill's probably hearing that and starting to be like, okay, I gotta, let's take it down a notch. Like, I want to be here in Miami. I want to be here. There's the people talking about how he walked off on the team. I honestly believe I didn't have that much of a problem with it. I think some people made it out to be more the initial as it happened. And I was doing the post-game show every game, right after the game, right here, 560 WQAM. I go, it sounds like a guy that's just really, really upset and aggravated after a tough season.
And I get that. And that's understandable. But if you also got to understand time and place, and also, like you said, he's frustrated. If you're frustrated with the season that you have, guess who else is frustrated with the season that you've had?
Your fans.
So when you pull a stunt like that, they're going to feel a certain way. Like, bro, what's going on here? Why is this? You know what I'm saying? Like, is this guy? We've put up with a lot of his antics, but that was because of 1,800 yards. Now he's he's doing the antics, and he's only getting half of that. Nah. And you're getting older, and it's been 3 years already. Now you're going to season 4. Soon something's got to give. Nothing, because as great as he had those first two seasons, there's been not a playoff win, not a division title, nothing.
Yeah. Tyreek has had, listen to how much he's had to humble himself. He had the quote-unquote arrest. He had the police stoppage at the first game. Then he had a down year. Then he had the plus-size model with the injury and the getting it on. And also, don't think he doesn't look back and say, since I've been traded from the Kansas City Chiefs, the Chiefs have actually been better. That hurts.
Put it this way.
That hurts him.
He probably owes the Eagles a lot because they won the 3-peat. It definitely, I don't think I don't know how much more in pain he would be because it's like, damn, I left a team that won a three-peat, first time in history, first time in NFL history. Any teams won 3 Super Bowls in a row. Yeah, it would have hurt.
But with all the craziness going on and all the people calling for Tyreek Hill being traded or not, I'm telling you right now, he ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, he could. He's not going anywhere
listen to
now.
this,
There's
lad.
only one person that can make him go somewhere.
Break it down. Number one, he's the best player on your team and he wants to be here.
If Tua and Tyreek had beef or problems, I think Tyreek would be gone.
Number
but
two,
that's his guy.
Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel are on the hot seat. They are not going to try to go for a long-term solution when they might only have a short term. They don't get better by trading Tyreek Hill for a third-round pick this year.
It could be addition by subtraction.
They are in win-now mode. They are in, I need to save my job.
Playboy, they've been in win-now mode for a minute.
Last year they weren't.
And guess what? I don't think they're going to trade him this season.
They won't because they need to win now. They need the best players available, not
I personally don't
futures.
think. But I don't know what went on in Indianapolis. I don't know what went on at St. Elmo's restaurant and bar. Okay? Nobody expected Debo to – people didn't expect Debo to get traded. But these are where the deals happen. So if somebody came to Miami and gave him an offer that was respectable in both parties would succeed in it, I think it's possible.
You're a better team with Tyreek Hill this year. And that's really all Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel have is this year. So trading for even a first-round pick,
31,
you don't get better this year. And I don't think Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel are looking to 2027, 2028. They're looking to 2025.
But Kuzan, aren't you now also the same person that says you can have 2 number ones? And they're paying 2 number ones. And if they're able, guess what? Even though
the best thing Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel can do is max out this team because there is no tomorrow. There's no promise of tomorrow.
Don't you think? I think they've already maxed out this squad.
They have.
And
that's why they're on the hot seat.
And you're 8 and 9.
Yes, but you do not get better this year by trading Tyreek Hill. You might get better in the future. In the long run, it's probably a good idea, but they don't have that time. That's like Vlad. You need to save $1 billion before you retire. But if you're going to die at 40, what's the point of all the money?
Your heat cult's hysterical, man. Tyreek had to miss the playoffs till Miami. It's like getting a hall pass taken away.
Man, it is. Man.
You're good, man. You're good.
But I'm telling you right now, you're a worse team this year without Tyreek, and they don't have the time to do that. And honestly, Tyreek Hill's better than a third-round pick. And that's what they're going to get for him because Debo Samuel got a 5th round. That's basically almost trash.
I think Tyreek, but that's the thing. But also, here's the thing. Unfortunately, and this hurts him. What happened yesterday?
What? I don't know what happened yesterday.
What do you mean you don't know what happened yesterday with Tyreek?
It was his birthday. He's 31.
Exactly.
Yeah. Age and speed don't go together.
It don't mix.
But at the same time, he's Teflon, bro. They need him now. It's about the now. It should always be about the now, but it's about the now for the Dolphins. Now, if something goes south this year and there's some firings, then it'll be about the future. But right now, Tyreek Hill's safe. Safe.
I don't think he's safe. I don't think anyone is safe other than number one.
I don't know. I'm telling you, he's not going anywhere. Now, long run, would it be a good idea? If you can get a good deal for him. But, man, the market's bad.
But here's the thing.
Vlad, the market's bad. Debo Samuel for a 5th-round pick?
Yes, no. You
Devontae Adams for a 3rd-round pick?
Here's the thing. Well, that's because of their age, Playboy.
Yeah, but still, Tyreek Hill's better than some future pick.
Now this is the problem. And this is the problem. And this is a problem that happens in the NBA and the NFL. We are going by these guys' name and past performances. But when something you just see recently just happen, are you going to brush it aside and say, this was just a blip in the radar?
Yeah.
This was a fluke thing.
Am I crazy?
Or is this the beginning of a decline with a player who's 31 and injured, still has a lot of value, but maybe that value may be more beneficial somewhere else than it is with me. And I'm able to get assets back to help my franchise in the future because this current iteration of the team is not winning a Super Bowl anytime soon. You just paid your quarterback, your franchise quarterback, franchise money. He's there. Even though there's been talk about, there was talk about the staff, but he's there. He's there for at least another good 2-3 more seasons. The coach, general manager, is not a given, even though the coach did just get an extension.
That means nothing.
But this team has to improve, has to be better than the 11-6 2023 team that lost in the playoffs in Kansas City, but lost down the stretch in important games when they could have sealed it. They could have sealed the number 1 seed. They lost that. They could have sealed the number 2 seed. They lost that. And they could have had one of the AFC East and host a playoff game. They didn't do that. Then 2024, whether it was the injuries to Tua, the injuries in the offensive line, but these are the same stories that were an issue in 2023 and 2022. It hasn't been resolved. And we've been saying this for the longest. It's almost repeated. It's so repeated. It's ridiculous. It's like a repeat on a track. Fix the offensive line, General Manager Greer. He laughed at us last season. He laughed at the media last season, right? Ha ha ha. Me and Mike talk about it all the time.
You guys are more worried than I am.
More worried than I am about the offensive. Yeah, guess what? Yeah. You saw how humble he was when he was so humble that he was waiting for that question to be asked because he had an answer to be like, yeah, humble himself. Now you're in 2025. All that money that you gave last season starts this year.
Yep. But am I crazy to believe that at 31 years old, Cheetah, Tyreek Hill, has at least 1 or 2 more good years in him? All pro years in him. I'm crazy.
He probably does.
Okay. So what are we doing if we're trading him?
You're doing the Bill Belichick. I'd rather trade him a year early than trade him 2 years late, a year late.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer, I don't think they have that time.
So then what are you going to do?
They got to throw their fastball.
Because you throw that fastball and it's and you throw that fastball and it's Ricky Vaughn.
It's $1 million baby.
Wild Thing in the earlies.
It's $1 million baby.
Before the glasses.
All you want is your shot.
Man, listen. I'm just saying, if there's a good deal out there, I think they would listen.
But there's no good deal.
You don't know.
I'm promising you.
You don't know.
I'm not a general manager. I'm not a
doctor.
You don't
know.
I'm not a doctor.
You don't know.
But I think the best, and this is a gross trade, best would be like a 3rd round pick.
Maybe let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Second pick.
Let me ask you this.
A 2nd round pick, not a 2nd overall pick. I'll do that.
Let me ask you this. I don't have no dog in this race, but I just see both sides. My number one thing is whatever 201's. 201's number 10 there, and I believe he does because his success coincides with Tyreek. He's gonna be there. But if there was like an issue, and Tua said to management, if you guys want to,
they would take Tua aside,
right? But I don't think that's happening. So Tyreek's going to be there. But as a franchise, you're about to pay this man for the next 3 years $30 million. He doesn't get younger. This ain't Benjamin Button. He gets older and older. Injuries happen. Off the field issues happen. All of that.
Those will continue.
So you're willing to still continue this?
I believe he has another 2 or 3 good years in him.
And the other thing is, what if you run this team back again and it's the same result?
And then that's it. It's wholesale time. I mean, literally, if they have a losing record this year, I believe it'll be wholesale time. But then again, this organization, they sent out a letter.
Because if it's wholesale time, that's a big wholesale,
they sent a letter out an hour after they lost to the Jets saying they're going to run it back with Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel. So that was already pre-made. So win or lose, that was done.
Well, that was going to happen because at least I knew Mike McDaniel was going to come back. I didn't know about Greer
the week before against San Francisco.
Huh?
Because he got that game ball from
because he got that extension before the season started. You're not going to it made no sense to fire somebody after you just gave them a contract extension.
Dead money. Ugh. I don't like it, but I like the chances of Tyreek Hill being back to being Tyreek Hill this year. Happy birthday, by the way. Love you here. Now go out there and play good and don't get in trouble off the field and give it a rest, bro. Give a little bit of a rest. Slow down. Not on the field. Off the field. He's very fast on and off the field, Vlad. That's true.
It's a good and bad thing.
I like it. We're going to do a little nay or day next. Thumbs up, thumbs down on some things that are happening in and around the sports world on 560 WQAM. As we proceed to give you what you need, Sports Day till 4:45. Going to be happening until the Heat game as they play the Knicks. Excited about this rivalry game tonight we have right here on 560 WQAM. But right now we're going to do a little Nay or Day. That's a day, definitely. Anytime the Knicks and the Heat play, that is a day. And we're going to relive some of our favorite moments from that storied history between these two teams later in the show. But right now we're going thumbs up, thumbs down, Nay or Day. Last night, Jimmy Butler did not play. Steph Curry trying to pick up the slack as the Warriors were playing the 76ers. And Steph Curry did something kind of special.
He has now missed 12 straight three-point attempts. Curry sneaking down court. And Curry with the dunk. Take a picture.
Step on their feet. It's going to be Steph Curry elevating. Normally goes to the two hands, but this time the one hand flush.
So a real soft dunk by Steph Curry, but he's not really known as a dunker. After the game, Vlad, did you hear he said, never again, not dunking again in my NBA career.
What is he, 37? He only has one in a season for him. And he did it on national TV. That's it.
That's a nay. It was a soft dunk, though.
What do you expect? A windmill?
Just lay it in, man. But he says last dunk of his career, so take a picture. It's history right there.
That's what they say.
One guy that has been slam dunking it his whole career and is on pace to possibly break the record is one Alexander Ovechkin.
Ovechkin to the block. He scored! Alex Ovechkin.
Alex Ovechkin now just 11 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's all-time goals in the NHL at 895. Wow, that's amazing. That's a day. That's a thumbs up, Vlad.
That's absolutely a day, even though, I love the great one.
I know.
Our records are meant to be broken.
And Ovechkin's getting long in the tooth. He's getting gray in the beard, as they say in hockey, man. He's had a long career. He's got that Stanley Cup championship. He has cemented himself, but one more thing to go for, and that is getting that 896th goal, all-time NHL goals. Congratulations. This is the one you've been waiting for, Vlad. You are so excited. Last night, the world shook as John Cena and The Rock did something in the WWE.
What the? Oh my God, John, what the hell are you doing? The final boss, John, what the hell? Always has a plan. Cena with brass knuckles.
It's a Rolex watch.
Oh. And Cody could have had every Rolex he could have ever dreamed of, but instead he's getting his ass beat by John Cena.
I love that.
The final boss said so. John. Yeah, that's your boy, Joel. Choices have consequences. Come on, John, just stop.
Did John Cena turn heel? Vlad, break it down.
Yeah, John Cena in his last run, his final year wrestling. And they did something that nobody's thought would have ever happened, that a lot of wrestling fans have wanted, and that's for him to turn heel. And he's never done it because, the kids.
He's an American.
No, it's not because he's
like Matthew Tkachuk. He's a hero.
No, because Tkachuk is a heel. No, because of the Make-A-Wish. He was pretty much Hulk Hogan of the 2000s, what Hogan was to the 80s. Everybody has it right. So, right now in this generation, I guess Cody Rhodes is the John Cena of this decade in this generation. So therefore, this is his final year wrestling. They wanted to make sure that he has the grandest stage, which is WrestleMania, and he has a chance to break Ric Flair's quote unquote 16 times as a champion. He's already tied with Ric Flair. They've held the most titles. So they did something that people speculated but didn't really believe was going to happen. It happened, and they did it great. And what the little context though, Dan, last year, if you remember the hype, there was a lot of hype going in with the WWE going into WrestleMania because The Rock had come back and he had changed. They thought he was going to wrestle his cousin, and they didn't want that because they wanted Cody. So the fans kind of made The Rock turn into a heel. So he created this final boss character. And this is what's this is why we live in a weird society, bro. And I know wrestling fans are their own. We're our own little niche group, right?
Yeah.
But you hate the guy because he's good and he's virtuous. But the minute he turns evil, you support him.
Oh,
Isn't that dumb?
I'm not
Like,
excited about Johnny Cena.
No,
being
but
a
I'm
bad
just
guy.
saying, how is it that the guy who's good, you don't like him to be good, but the minute he turns evil, you're cheering him? You know what I mean? So you're booing the good guy, but it is what it is. But there was so much hype going into WrestleMania last year. A lot of people were kind of disappointed with the hype going into this year, but we're just like children, bro. Just shut up and enjoy. Like, just shut up. Here's some snacks and enjoy the movie, and let them do what they do. They cooked, and now everybody's talked about this because it's been a long time since an event like this happened. The only thing I can remember was when Hulk Hogan turned heel.
Oh, yeah.
That was a culture-changing moment, but we didn't know how long that was going to last. We all know Cena's ending in December. Like, December is his last match, so we know this ain't going to last too long.
So what I noticed was John Cena went to hug Cody Rhodes, who is Dusty Rhodes' son.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So
and then The Rock
right.
does the slit his throat motion.
Right.
Because
Rock
apparently
wanted
Ross is
Cody.
He's the boss of the WWE.
Rock wanted Cody. Yeah, Raw. Yeah. Rock, his business partners in TKO, who handle his business outside of the WWE, became owners of the WWE, with the UFC and everything like that. So he's in this is not for storyline purposes. He's actually an executive of TKO. It's not like something that just gave him. He's
does he actually have a job at the WWE as an executive, or is that just
he's an executive of TKO. So
TKO owns part of WWE.
Yeah, they own WWE and they own UFC. So they own all of that.
Oh.
So he does have he has a big part in it. You know what I'm saying? It's good for storyline purposes, bro. It's just great for storyline purposes.
Who's the world champion in NWA?
There is no NWA.
Oh,
well, there might be NWA, but NWA ain't the NWA that we remember back in the South watching wrestling. No, the NWA now is like more of an independent scene, and I think they have a champion, but I don't know his name. But yeah, this is great, bro. This is good. This is good for business.
Now, taking it to the not planned fighting world,
this might have been planned too.
Okay, well, let's hear the call on the Tank Davis infamous kneel down last night.
He took a knee. What is he doing? He forgot his. It's got to be enough. Took a knee. He's got to count.
You take a knee like that, I look like a nut. All right? Back up.
So the referee gets involved, saying,
I didn't like they did that to my brother. I like the brother ref because he gets into the fight. Like
he's good.
Yeah, no, he's one of the best referees. I forgot his name, but he's the one that, like, when he's refereeing the fight, he's moving like he's like, ooh, like he's ducking and throwing punches and everything. He saw that what everybody saw, and it just looked weird. Like, if you see the replay, Dan, he gets punched. And then he backs up 5, 6, 7 seconds, and then takes a knee, and then quickly goes to his
and does wipe his eye a little bit.
Right,
when he goes to the corner.
I've seen a fighter not get punched and take a knee because he broke his hand. That was Floyd, and he took a knee. And he understood, like, taking a knee, you're gonna get a point. Like, that's a point because they're gonna consider it a knockdown.
So Lamont Roach maybe got robbed, but honestly, I give it a thumbs up. I give it a Dave because it's good for business.
It was great.
The rematch is gonna be huge,
right? But they can't have it. Brooklyn's upset with Tank because Brooklyn was willing to adopt Tank as their guy, and then after that performance yesterday, it was like,
that's good for business, though. It's the best thing. Honestly, it sounds bad. Lamont Roach got robbed, but it's probably the best thing for both guys.
The only thing I'm thinking is Tank did this so that other fighters that he want to fight could see, like, oh, maybe there's some slippage in Tank's armor. Maybe I could now attack him, and then that leads into a bigger prize fights, and then better competition and a better showing. But
honestly,
it was a very good fight yesterday.
Best thing that could have happened. It was a great fight too. Fight of the year so far. So that's awesome. All right, gonna get you caught up next. Restart the 2:00 hour. We got a lot going on. We're maybe even checking on the Marlins, see if Jansen Junk is throwing junk today. It's 560 WQAM.
1-800-7473.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Yeah. Feel that chair now. Yeah. Shonda Paul. So me go so then. Well, I don't really care what people say.
Indeed. 2 o'clock hour right here, 560 WQAM. I am Dan Day along with Vladimir Lewis. I'm going to be riding with you till 4:45, leading up to Heat Knicks pregame. Yes, indeed. I'm excited about this game tonight. The rivalry is renewed. Maybe keep an eye on the Oscars and see how everything is going. Also, try to keep up with the Marlins. They are always playing spring training games, and we're going to see how they're doing and see how the team is doing in just a second, because spring training, although it's not the most important thing in the world, we love our Marlins. It's 1-1 right now in the middle of the fourth inning. So Marlins trying to keep it going with the Cardinals. Want to see if Jensen Junk has gotten in there yet. Nope. Edward Cabrera got the start. 2 innings pitched, 2 hits, a run, an earned run, and a strikeout. That's a 12 ERA in case you're trying to keep track of that at home. So there you go. Connor Norby. He's 0 for 2 today. The only hit. Oh, no, we got a hit from Jonah Bride. All right, Jonah Bride. We had him on the Hawk and Crowder show. He's first baseman. We'll see how he does this year. Interesting. It's going to be an interesting Marlins season no matter what. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but we'll find out all along the way. Vlad, you're going to this Knicks Heat game. Are you going to be wearing Knicks apparel? Is the question.
am wearing. Well, no, I'm not wearing. I'm wearing Knicks colors. I'm not wearing Knicks. Knicks apparel.
Big time fan.
Absolutely. Got my J's, blue and orange. And got the shirt, my little blue and orange naughty, and got my Yankee cap. Gonna rep.
Nice, very nice. We'll see how that goes tonight. It could be a very good game for the Knicks. It could be a very good game for the Heat, and I don't know. The Knicks, you feel as though you're kind of trying to figure some things out. They got a little win streak going. They got a lot of home cooking coming up. A lot of games to watch.
So
they could. This could be the beginning of something nice.
As always, I'm always fair and objective, for the most part. So my thing is this: if they finally got the continuity that they want, and this is the team that they want to go with, that they're going with, that's cool. But like I stated earlier, I felt like you could have had this handled a little quicker, a little sooner, and definitely way much better. That you're not in the position that you are in as of now. So right now, we look at the Heat's record. What are they? 28-29. They're 1 game below 500 after winning 2 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They're 28. No, I'm sorry. They're 28-30. So they're 2 games below 500. And they are now 3.5 behind Detroit. Detroit's playing good basketball, bro. They're not going anywhere. So you're basically playing a playing game. Excuse me. Again, you're right now, if the season ended today, you're playing Orlando. Winner gets the 7th seed. Do you think right now this Miami Heat team could beat Orlando? Even though the Magic are struggling, but they struggle because they lost 2 of their 2 best players, and they had a rash of injuries, but they lost their 2 best players. Now they're getting back. I think they're going to get their mojo back. But right now in the series, I would take Orlando over Miami right now.
A 7-game series?
No, in a 1-game play-in.
1 game. Well, 1 game, anything could happen. I think
in a 1-game play-in, I think Orlando could beat Miami.
I think the Heat could win.
It's 50-50.
Yeah. I mean, if you come out hot and Duncan Robinson scores 20 points, you're going to win. If Duncan Robinson gives you 0 points and Terry Rozier gives you 0 minutes, Terry Rozier, what a fall from grace, man. He and Spo aren't exactly seeing eye to eye. I hope. It's been crazy.
But then whose fault is that? Who you guys made that move?
Made a big trade. I thought it was a good trade at the time.
I think everybody thinks every move is a great move.
Yeah, they would make it
up until it's time to produce, and then you start realizing, this might not have been a great trade.
And FAU has just defeated South Florida.
Nice.
69. Nice to 63. Nice.
What's FAU's record?
They're not very good. They're 15-14 now, or 16-13 now. Wait. They're 16-13.
Yeah, they're not gonna.
When you said playoff, they make the NCAA tournament, I was like, it's gonna take a run.
It's gonna take a run, right?
Yeah, well, never know.
They're gonna have to win the tournament. They're gonna have to win their conference.
Most
tournament.
likely, yes.
And by the way, we're 2 weeks away from conference tournament.
That's gonna be fun. That's always fun. because you already have Michigan State in the Final Four.
And they're playing tonight. They're playing right now as we speak. I got Michigan State in the Final Four.
They've been playing very well lately.
I go anytime Tom Izzo got a team and they're in the Final Four. I look at the bracket, I look at the region they're in, and I look at if they been consistently good all year, or if they're getting hot right at the right time. They've been consistently good all year.
Yeah,
so when the Tom Izzo has a consistently good team all year, that means towards in the end of February and into March, they play very good basketball.
Back to the NBA, Jaime Jaquez Jr. and Andrew Wiggins are doubtful for the tonight's 6 o'clock tip against the Knicks. Panthers, they have traded the future Spencer Knight and a first-round pick to Chicago Blackhawks for veteran defenseman Seth Jones. Last night, didn't need Spencer Knight because Sergei Bobrovsky had a clean sheet. His 50th career shutout. They defeated the Calgary Flames 3-0. Tampa Bay Lightning are in town tomorrow at 7. I'm not going to question Bill Zito and Paul Maurice. They're all in. They felt as though Spencer Knight, the first-round pick, was worth getting a all-star level veteran defenseman, Seth Jones. And heck, if you're all in and you've already won one Stanley Cup, let's go ahead. Let's do this, man. Seth Jones is a great player, though, so it's going to be fun to see him suit up sooner or later for the Panthers. Tomorrow night, got the rivalry renewed with Tampa Bay. Should be fun.
That's going to be a good game.
Robert Jones, Isaiah Wynn, and Liam Eichenberg all set to hit the free agency market in 2 weeks. Sources say the Bears guard Tevin Jenkins interested in Miami.
Those are 3 linemen.
Yep.
If they let them go, we all know that better be a sign that you're definitely going to be spending money in free agency and in the offense and in draft on offensive line.
Now, remember, earlier this week, Teron Armstead restructured his contract
and
to
what
take
you
the
said,
league minimum.
And what was Mike McDaniel?
We're going to proceed as if he's not going to be on the team next year.
And that's never been his sentiments or statements.
They didn't say, we're going to proceed as if he's not going to come back. They're saying as if he will not be on the team. The wording is, maybe the Dolphins are like, you know what?
I mean, that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money for a guy.
And it's a lot, bro.
Really good player, though.
I will always remember. What's the
really
guy from
good
Channel
player.
7? Channel 7. What is the good one of the great?
Donovan
best.
or
no, Donovan
Moser?
I think Moser. He asked Teron, can you give a description of like what it takes for you just to prepare to get ready for a game? And it's so much that man has to do for himself, for like to his body, through his injuries, to just get ready to go practice. Not even practice, just to get ready to play another game. Like, it takes 6 days of constant treatment, constant nutrition, like everything, just for him to get back. It's after a while it gets too much. Like if it takes a lot.
But it sounds like he wants to come back.
I mean, he was thinking about retirement last year. Let me tell you something, Dan. If an athlete's thinking about retirement, guess what? Guess what? They're retired.
I think it's funny though. He threatens retirement every year, and now the Dolphins are like, yeah, go ahead, do it. And he's like, well, no, whoa. Kind of like, and I'm not saying he's doing this, but it's kind of like the boy that cried wolf. Like, I'll quit this place. Okay, you can leave. Wait, hold up. Well, you always talked about how you wanted to quit and how you would quit. So go ahead. We don't need you anymore. Or we'll move on. You're like, well, wait, I don't want to leave yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody likes to talk about quitting and retiring until it's that time. And then sometimes decisions made for you, but the door is still open. He still has an option.
Dr. T, man, like he said, man, it's a lots of duct tape and preparation and harness.
Chicken wire and bubble
no,
gum.
but like literally, that's what he's basically was saying. And
why does he want to go through it anymore?
Why do you want to go through that? And here's the other thing. It's probably a lot on the doctors and trainers of the Dolphin staff who probably got other players to do, but they
got other players to do.
But they got to focus on this guy because he's the guy that's protecting
their valuable asset.
Most valuable asset.
Canes basketball team fell to North Carolina 92-73. 2 more games on the season. Tuesday, they're at Georgia Tech.
Saturday afternoon, noon, baby.
NC State, noon, right here on 560 WQAM. Go to senior day.
Go to senior day. Go wish those seniors, goodbye and a hell of a career in the next level.
I can't guarantee, Vlad, but next Saturday is everyone on the team's senior day because you will not see them back next year with Jai Lucas. Jai Lucas is going to wipe the slate clean. I'm telling you that it's going to be everybody's senior day Saturday.
You say that everybody gone.
Jai's like walks in the locker room. Don't learn my name. I'm not learning yours. Goodbye. That might be the best thing too, to be honest with you.
You think?
I don't know. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a college basketball coach.
He needs to change the culture.
The culture, and from what we're hearing, the culture is not very good with this basketball program right now. Ja Luke is great. Marlon Stewart 1-1. Okay. Lionel Messi not playing tonight. Didn't even travel with the team for their match at 7 o'clock against the Houston Dynamo at Shell Energy Stadium. So the Houston Dynamo have responded for number 10 not playing by basically just giving away free tickets. 22,000. Come on. We talked to Daniel Solana earlier. Houston Dynamo fans.
Hey, Daniel, I'm still waiting on those tickets.
He sold them.
I think he sold them.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him.
It's hard in these streets, man. But I like fans. They say they're Houston Dynamo fans when in actuality they're Lionel Messi fans. Showed up outside the Houston Dynamo's offices demanding refunds for the expensive tickets they bought. Once again, you go to a game for the front of the jersey name, not the back of the jersey name, guys. I wouldn't do anything.
See,
to be honest.
So let me ask you this:
If you're, screw you.
Are you all right? Are you upset? Whatever. All right.
Screw you.
I agree with you. Listen, Dan, I agree with you.
Feels cathartic.
I agree with you. So I'm just, for sake of argument, sake of discussion. What if you're a parent who?
I know.
Yeah. Okay.
What if you're an Argentinian national that lives in Houston?
Oh my God.
You've been waiting for this moment for years.
You've been waiting for this moment all your life, and you never thought you would be able to see it. And your most beloved player is in your town.
No, he's not in your town.
No, you're thinking he's coming to your town, and he doesn't show up.
He doesn't even stand on the sidelines.
He's not even there.
You bought good tickets, like $200, $300 tickets, sit like near the field so you could really see him. Oops. Uh-oh. Like I said, Messi has this weird pressure now to play because anywhere he goes, and it's bad because he's all kind of seen, not really, but seen as a bad guy in this situation because he wants to rest instead of playing with his 36-year-old legs 3 games in a week. That's realistic and understandable, and people are upset. Now, yeah, the only people to blame are themselves. Houston Dynamo, I wouldn't give away free tickets. I'd say, look, you bought a Houston Dynamo.
And I think that's happening
ticket
because of the all the issues they had last season. Wasn't like there was a couple of games where they thought he was going to play, and they definitely jacked up the prices. And from what I'm seeing with the people are willing to pay up jacked up prices if they know they're going to see that person.
Right, but the second he's out, it's off the table. Like,
so,
I mean, you still get to see Suarez, Usari.
Hey, guys, guess what? I know they're professionals, but sometimes, hey, man, I need a break, bro.
They need it. It's reasonable.
I need a day
That's
off.
That's a reasonable request.
I played 3 games in 7 days. I need a day off. I'm 37.
It's a reasonable
I'm old.
Request.
I'm great, but I'm old.
Man, people get mad. Goodness gracious. Sources say the 49ers will trade Deebo Samuel to the Commanders for a 5th-round pick. So you get Deebo, Jaden Daniels. Should be a fun one for the
Terry
Commanders.
McLaren.
They got some players over there. But once again, there's a target on them. This past year, they kind of skated by. They caught a Hail Maryland. This year, everybody's gunning for them. So just be careful.
But let me ask you that. Back to that Messi thing. Because I remember not NBA players. Because Dr. Tobagan just went to a Knicks Bowl game at MSG and thought I was going to see Michael Jordan, right? So, you ever see those signs by fans who I flew 3,800 miles
yeah, for my first NBA game to see Michael Jordan and the Bulls?
Guess what? You had a lot of money.
Hey,
you got a lot of money. You got to play. By the way, you got to plan better. You can't. Here's what I tell people.
I mean, you can't plan better. You don't know.
Don't ever look at the schedule and look if the team that and the player that you want to see is not playing the night before. Always grab them when they don't play a game. They don't have a game a day before, a game day after. There's a better chance of you seeing that player. You gotta figure it out. You gotta figure out.
If you're investing large amounts,
if you're investing that
money,
amount of money, right? You should look at a day when there's not a back-to-back because you know these players are playing with load management and all of that. Pause. By the way, that's crazy. And then they're gonna rest. And second, you're spending that much. You want a guaranteed. You can't, there's no refund for that. There's no refund. Sorry, fans. I mean, listen, card is subject to change.
Buyer beware.
Buyer beware.
Like I say, I don't even go to games where there's like big stars playing. Like I told you, I went to the Pelicans game because it was New Year's and I'm originally from New Orleans. And I'm going to maybe go to the Charlotte game in a couple of weeks. And I'm not going to see anybody particular. I'm going to see the Heat and the Hornets play. Now, you try to get me to go to like tonight's game, I wouldn't go.
What?
Golden State comes to town, I'm not going. Because I don't.
Oh, because it's gonna be a headache.
And I get aggravated because tonight there's not going to be a lot of fake fans, but like there's a lot of fake fans that show up when the Lakers come to town and when Steph Curry comes to town.
Yeah, you got to take your girl out. You got to take your side chick out.
I get bored.
She wants to take pictures.
I get bored.
It's all right.
I get aggravated, but that's beside the point.
Not to be aggravated about. I might take your pictures and let's go.
That always boggles my mind at a Heat game. The Heat are notorious for this. You have a seat next to you open, middle of the third quarter, somebody rolls in, takes a couple of pictures for the Instagram, and then about 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, they're gone. I'm like, goodness gracious.
Dude, what are you talking about? They all go to what was once called Hyde Lounge.
It's Hyde, yeah.
No, it's not Hyde. They changed management.
Okay.
Yeah, my people's like that.
I was there one time.
It's great, but even with the name change, you could see that not a lot of people go into the Hyde Lounge to go watch. Shout out to our boy Stunning Steve. He's my big thing. He's in the Bacardi Lounge. Okay. Yeah, he's in the Bacardi Lounge. You know what, Steve?
Gladys just putting it out there today.
I'm gonna say what's up to you. That's all. I'm just gonna say what's up.
Okay.
I'm gonna say what's up to him. That's all.
Hell yeah. Tell him I said hello too.
I will.
Tell him I was.
Shout out to Stunning Steve.
Okay. Let's take a shout out to the day spa.
I'm not shouting out to the day spa.
The Florida Man Games will return.
Florida Man Games?
Later this year.
What is the Florida Man Games?
Events include evading arrest competition.
Evading arrest competition. Channing Crowder would not win.
Beer belly sumo wrestling.
Beer belly sumo.
Hurricane prep party grocery aisle brawl.
Oh, I am definitely. We're at a Publix or Winn-Dixie?
That's got to be a Publix.
It's got to be at a Publix, right?
And human beer pong, to name a few.
Yo, dude. First of all, I'm all down for Florida Man competition.
It is pretty good.
It is actually, these are some good competition.
These are some rednecks.
Definitely rednecks, and I definitely want to commentate. I'll do the color commentary. literally doing the color commentary.
I mean, the Hurricane prep party grocery
Hurricane party, that's the one.
So basically, they're going to be prepping for a hurricane party in an aisle of a Publix, and they're going to get into a fisticuffs.
But I like to know it's different because every culture and every people have a different way of preparing for a hurricane.
It's called franticness.
You know, everybody's definitely gunning for the alcohol and wine aisle.
Oh,
the wine aisle is definitely getting rated.
Absolutely.
Beer, 24 packs, the whole nine. Rated.
Yeah, the worst thing about after a hurricane, besides
bread and alcohol.
Bread and beer are the
bread and alcohol. First two things done. Donezo. Done.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Chips.
Bread and
done.
beer. Yeah, like all trash.
All snacks, candy.
If it's
done.
bad for your body, it's in the hurricane prep.
But if they're smart, you got to grab the food that can't be used with electronics. That's the smart move.
That's what they say. Yeah.
That's the smart move.
But you got to also worry about catching a right hook while you're doing all this. Well, at least at the Red Man.
But you also know what happened hurricane parties, right?
My biggest concern after let's just say it's a somewhat minor hurricane, no real damages are done. If I have enough booze and where I can find more, it's all.
I'm looking for garden tools.
Interesting in a time of need.
No. I mean, if you take a garden tool, you'll be saying the same thing.
Somebody said hard liquor. Just get hard.
It's hard liquor, yeah. I'm looking for hard, yeah.
Make sure you have enough. Just stock up, as they say for hurricanes.
No, but seriously, I would love to see that the supermarket brawl and the beer pong. Definitely down for the beer pong.
I mean, I'll watch it all, to be honest. If it came on, I mean, FanDuel has some of the worst programming. I've said this many times. Yeah, I mean, I saw guys stretching before a highlight game one time. Some of the daytime programming is absolute basura. Go ahead and put the Red Man.
Y'all want to piss Dan off? You want to piss my cousin off?
Put on FanDuel.
Tell him you watch afternoon FanDuel programming.
Kay Adams is even looking like an alien nowadays. She's not that hot anymore. I'll say it. I've had with people that agree. 305-560-0560.
Those are the views and thoughts of one Daniel Day.
Not what she used to be.
I worked with Kate, so I got mad love for Shorty. That's my
no, I like her, respect her.
Kate's always been good peoples.
I'm not saying they're not.
I'm
saying FanDuel's got it's putting a spell on us, man.
I'm just saying.
Look,
Shout out, Kay.
replay the Heat game. I don't need to see.
You don't need to see stretching right before some boat getting rode on.
Yeah. Literally, I think the other day they had a guy showing off his fishing trophies. I need this as much as I need a heart attack right now. Once again,
Oh man, that's funny.
it's good. It's good. Put on FanDuel right now. Let's see. I really want to see what's on. Pray that on a sports Sunday they have something. I get the irony of what I'm talking about. It's a commercial. That's exactly what I want. That's NBA TV anyway. So we'll get you updated. Are they playing an old episode of The Jeffersons? That would be awesome. Okay.
It's a commercial.
Well, what do
Relax.
I want to talk about? I want to talk about Jimmy Butler's house next. And what's going on with Jimmy Butler? He didn't play last night. 560 WQAM. Heat Knicks tonight, 6 o'clock, Kaseya Center. Rivalry renewed. 4:45, we're going to lead you up until preheat with Alejandro Solana, Tommy Tighe going to be doing the pregame. Jason Jackson, Amy Audibert on the call. You get Tommy Tighe and Alejandro Solana post-game. That's my tradition. During the weekday games, lad, I'd maybe do a little sports day or something like that here. And then I listen to the pregame on the way to wherever I'm going to trivia or DJing. And then on the way back, I watch the game while I'm working. And on the way back, I listen to Tommy Tighe and Alejandro Solana. So I'm deep into this stuff, man. I love it. Jimmy Butler, he did not play last night as the Warriors fell to a bad 76ers team. Jimmy Butler's still tied here to Miami. He's got his big face coffee. That's going to close soon. And he's now getting sued by the homeowner of the house he was renting here in South Florida, saying that he left the house in disrepair, malfunctioning HVAC system. How did Jimmy Butler not have an air conditioner? Come on, is that real? The court documents also allege Butler caused $125,000 in damages. Vlad, mold issues, damaged drywall. Was he wilding out? Flooring, unmaintained pool. I heard that he was not maintaining the pool, and malfunctioning HVAC system. Was he living in a flop house?
That boy wilding.
Vlad, $125,000 for mold, damaged drywall and flooring, unmaintained pool. Now, I heard that he just never, you got to maintain your pool, and HVAC system. I was thinking about this the other day. He also he lost his $130,000 security deposit. He's being sued for $257,228. And like I said, he lost that $130,000 security. Imagine putting that type of deposit down, Vlad. This is my thing.
That's a lot of money, bro.
Couple things. I'm gonna actually, pardon the pun, shoot Jimmy some bail right here. Number one, I'm thinking that this might be a little, once again, pardon the pun, trumped up. I don't think Jimmy Butler was ripping down walls and tearing down floors. I think the owner of the house realized it's Jimmy Butler just got paid, probably tried to find any minute detail to charge him for because he figures he has the money. Also, the homeowner, maybe check on him a little bit every once in a while. If he's not cleaning the pool, say, hey, man, you need to clean the pool. This is a nice house. So I don't know if Jimmy Butler was wilding like these claims and accusations claim that he did. I think it was a chance to make a little extra money. And I'm sure Jimmy didn't keep it in the highest of regards, but I don't know if Jimmy is totally to blame right here in this situation. It's a nice house, man. Probably should have maintained the pool. Everybody knows you got to maintain your pool. But do you really think Jimmy Butler was living here in South Florida with a malfunctioning HVAC system? His AC wasn't working correcely. Jimmy, I'm not worried about it.
Was Jimmy even home at most of
the time? Not probably.
Probably not. No. So
although he wasn't playing very much, so he might have.
True.
I mean, is Jimmy Butler throwing wild parties? I don't know. I don't think so, man. I think this is kind of trumped up.
Or maybe, what happens sometimes? It's the entourage.
That is true. He may have had his crew. We know he had his coach and everything.
The entourage might have been
a little sloppy.
Might have been a little sloppy.
No home training, as they say.
I don't want to say that, but they might have been just wilding out and not,
And they don't care. They're not paying anything. They don't have a deposit.
No.
So maybe it is the entourage. And I don't know what type of posse that Jimmy Butler keeps. Do we know? Did you ever hear of any type of people that he keeps? I know he had his coach that was always with him, training him. And we work from the knee down most of the time. I watched the Starting Five documentary. It's absolute. Don't run that back, please, LeBron and President Barack.
Oh, you didn't like it?
No.
I like that. I like the quest for gold that they have about the Olympics. That's a Barack and Michelle.
No,
production.
Barack's got some good stuff, but that Starting Five was. Anthony Edwards was the star of the show, if you ask me. Jimmy was kind of cleaning out his closet on that show. I thought, even when he was still with the Heat, I thought they was kind of using the show as a tool, a mechanism to help him. But nonetheless, LeBron doing his thing. But man, $130,000 in deposit gone, plus another $257,228. But yeah, that makes this. Maybe his entourage was kind of getting wild. They didn't show much of an entourage in the Starting Five show. It was his coach, his lady, former lady, and his kid. Our kids. Other than that, I don't know. But apparently, I just don't see how his entourage is even living with a broken air conditioning unit or a malfunctioning air conditioning unit. Damage to the drywall and flooring. That's the part that makes me wild. Like, I just imagine wild parties and then an unmaintained pool. I did see pictures and stuff. of his pool, and apparently he never maintained the pool once. It's like, hi.
So what? He never went swimming?
I don't know. That's Jimmy's business. I ain't getting into that.
Jimmy.
Jimmy's nice house though. It's a really nice house. Obviously, I mean, look at all the damages and all the money the guy wants. But guy or girl, I really think the property owner is trying to get as much out of it as they can. And they realize
Well, yeah, it's like one of those things right now when the person that was not considered in a good light down here, per se. So just keep adding on.
Why not? And maybe they think they can get a little favoritism from the judge because they can say, maybe you're a Heat fan and, stick it to Jimmy. I mean, saying sticking it to him, I mean, it's $257,000. Well, after the 130, that would be close to $400,000. I don't know. That's a lot of money. Yeah, I take that back. Jimmy's got that. He does, but that's a lot of money, Vlad. $400,000 plus the legal fees that you're going to have to pay. That's a man. I gotta sell a lot of Big Face coffee. Oops.
Mm-hmm.
You think people are still going to Big Face Coffee?
No, I think Big Face Coffee is about to.
Jimmy even said it. I regret opening that store. And then he added after a pause. He goes, "Because I can't be there." It'll open in San Francisco. It'll do fine for 2 years,
Right.
Until that expiration date. I didn't know coffee had an expiration date, but apparently it does. It's called Jimmy Butler. We're gonna do a little something or nothing next here on 560 WQAM.
Cash moves everything around me. Green, get the money.
Dollar bill, y'all. R.I.P. ODB. Hey, Dirk, baby, I want your money. That was a 2000 hit right there. I remember. I was at University of Wisconsin when that song came out. Speaking of Wisconsin and Michigan State playing right now, your Sparties are up on my Badgers 39-36 at the beginning of the second half. They had a corgi race at halftime, Vlad. Is that something or nothing?
What the hell is that?
You don't know what a corgi is? It's a
All right.
dog with a big butt.
Oh, okay.
They're hilarious. They're awesome. If I ever owned a dog, I would get a corgi.
Okay.
I'm not going to own a dog. I have too much problems with commitment. That's a lot of commitment, man. I got to walk the dog. It's just too much. Just too much.
You don't seem like a guy that want to do too much.
Vlad, I told you I live a simple, slow life. My life consists of me getting off of work, and all I want to do is hang out. Okay.
All you want to do is have some fun.
All I want to do is have some fun. Rob Manfred is considering reinstating Pete Rose. We know Donald Trump's going to pardon Pete Rose for his indiscretions in the past. Now, baseball's commissioner, Rob Manfred, is considering reinstating Pete Rose. Is that something or nothing?
It's something a little too late.
Yep.
Something that should have happened a long time ago.
Vlad, I'm this type of person.
But it's like, come on, man. I don't like when people get their flowers when they can't and be able to enjoy them and smell them. Like,
I'm the type of person, if I were Pete Rose's family, I'd say thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah.
Like, actually, I prefer my dad not being reinstated.
It's actually because after a while, it becomes, oh, okay, you didn't want to do that, but you let all these other people in for other discretions or other things that were hidden. But Pete was wrong for gambling. If that's the rules and regulation.
Gambled on his own team, against his own team. That's the problem, Vlad. It's not that he gambled on his team. He gambled against the team he was managing. Man, a bet's a bet, man. But nonetheless, we all make mistakes. He should have been reinstated a long time ago. But if I was his family, thanks, but no thanks. It's actually more of a baseball lore that he'll never be reinstated than actually getting reinstated. Because then it's like, oh, everything's good now. And then you do it after he's dead. Come on, man. Come on. It's so like, man, it's just like, man, I don't know. Ooh, former motorcycle club member. Now, you know why I say motorcycle club and not motorcycle gang is because people that are in motorcycle clubs do not like them being called gang.
You had me dying. I'm sorry.
Well, I was making you laugh, or I thought you maybe drank something.
No, you had me dying. What he said. Well, Vlad, you know you can't just gamble on your own team. Yes, I know that. I know that, Dan. But what I was trying to say was because you made me laugh when you said that because it was like I know that, Dan.
Well, obviously,
Captain Obvious, yeah. But it's just weird now that we live in a time when gambling's all around every sport. They're doing commercials for gambling. Price picks the whole nine. So it's like
it's like the people that spent years in jail for possession of weed and then right.
Like, you knew exactly where I was going with that.
It was illegal at the time.
But even though, it might have not been a dangerous crime, but it was considered a crime. But it's like, all right, you know what? These laws are a little ridiculous. Now 26 or 27 of the states in the United States have some type of recreational marijuana law. It was time for Pete to be in there. He did his time. And unfortunately, he passed away. And if you're going to, induct him in or allow him in the Hall of Fame and he's not there to see it, that bothers me. Yeah. That bothers me.
If I were Major League Baseball, and I'm not a doctor and I'm not a Major League Baseball commissioner, I would have banned him for like 25 years and then just been like, all right, you did your time. You did your penance. Let's have you back in. It's not like he did steroids or anything.
Yeah, you had me dying, man. You can't gamble on your own team.
Especially against your own team. Now setting that up, that you can't gamble on your own team, especially against your team. Because if you're the manager, I don't have to do the math for you. I don't have to show my work. You know what I mean?
By the way,
you want to know some other things?
I ain't gonna lie.
You can't live without oxygen, Vlad. I don't know if you know this.
No, you can't. You're right. But what I'm saying is this.
What else you want?
What I'm laughing is this. What if he gambled against the Reds?
And they won?
What? Now, as a member of the Cincinnati Reds, right, Dan?
Lost the bet.
as a member of the Cincinnati Reds, if I bet against my own team,
And won.
am I clearly I'm managing for them to lose. If they won, right?
Gambler, are you?
How bad of a gambler are you? And number two, if you're the pitcher, the starting pitcher back in the days, and you find out your manager bet against you on the start that you had,
Be embarrassed.
how bad do you think Pete thought of you? That he's willing, that's the game. You know what? Maybe Tom Browning, I'm not gonna gamble against. That's my ace. But you know what, I don't know, like give me a pitcher's name, Jim DeShields or some crap like that. I'm gambling against you. I'm putting you in. I might let you pitch 3 innings for you to get rocked. I'm putting a big wager on you.
Betting is betting. Betting is betting. Yeah, I know. Let's get back to this. Former motorcycle club member Ryan Peake.
Yeah, shout out to him.
An Open Championship spot with a win at the New Zealand Open.
It's good that he's using the club for better use.
Yeah.
Than when he was a gang leader.
A club. He was in a motorcycle club.
He was in a motorcycle gang.
They don't like that term.
He's in New Zealand. I'm not talking about American. He was a New Zealand.
Once again, if any motorcycle club wants to come and hang out with us and show us a little bit of protection, I am 100% all for that. You're always welcome. And I don't know why I even thought. Nonetheless, Tate McRae was on Saturday Night Live last night.
Who?
Tate McRae.
Okay.
You don't like Tate McRae? Diet Coke? Mm-hmm. It's a different version of Diet Coke than you're used to listening to, but Tate McRae she's a bad one. She's dating Kid Leroy. Now I sound like one of the kids. Tate McRae, Kid Leroy, Diet Coke.
You sound cool.
I am cool. The Pentagon is investigating claims that one of their former employees is a whistleblower, saying that he took part of a team that recovered a UFO from the ocean. Something or nothing.
That's something.
Pentagon has never denied that there's aliens and UFOs. They never confirmed it either, but they've never denied it. What does that mean? There's aliens and UFOs.
I've heard of some of the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. Somebody said
you can't gamble on baseball.
That we're a simulation for the aliens.
Could be.
We're entertainment for them.
Could be. That's why they go to Vegas so much.
Mm.
I'm going to Vegas later this year. Last but not least, Vlad, I know you're into all this. Doggy influencers. Poppy Vincent.
Who?
And Milo the Cavapuchon.
What?
They got married yesterday.
2 dogs got married?
2 dogs got married. They're doggy influencers, by the way.
Doggy influencers.
Poppy Vincent and Milo the Cavapuchon.
What kind of dogs are they?
They look kind of mangly to me. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. All I know is corgis and Rottweilers. What's your favorite type of dog? Is
Pit bull.
I was gonna say. I wasn't gonna say it, but yeah.
Yeah.
I figured you're a pit bull guy.
Yeah, the stereotype is right. I like pit bulls and Rotties.
Moving on. There's a new trend, baby. Okay. Give me a second to compose myself.
What?
I said there's a new trend. The new trend, baby name consultant.
Wait, what?
Yeah, baby name consultant.
So wait a minute. Hold on. Let me use this FAU St. Thomas college education. Baby name consultant.
Yeah, because they got
some.
So
are you telling me?
Yes.
The mother and father
hire
a random person,
and I'm gonna guess they're very random. Yes,
to help them in naming their child.
Yeah. Baby name consultant.
You know who's a baby name consultant?
Michelle at the gas station. That's my guess.
The child's grandmother. You know who's another baby name consultant? The child's aunts. You also know who's a baby name consultant? Your best friends. Why are you spending money to hire a random person to help you in the name of something you created? Unless she was the surrogate, she has no say. He or she has no say in the matter. Go ahead.
I completely agree. And I'm guessing these are people that literally they have day jobs and they just post online baby name consultant. I doubt that they're accredited and that is their full-time job, because if it is,
I'm not, yo, dog. Like people getting paid for stupidness. I thought being like, not too long ago when I heard somebody was like Oprah's dog pooper catcher.
Yeah,
You
they
know
have
what I'm
those
saying?
guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Remember
I'm like,
Lady Gaga?
hey.
Remember Lady Gaga's poop catcher guy got shot?
Right. And then all of a sudden you start hearing they were getting paid 6 figures to pick up poop. And
Yep.
you're like, you know what? That's not a bad gig.
Dude, I would pick up poop for
But
a minute.
fam, this has got to be the biggest scam of the world.
It is a big scam, yes.
I could use like what's his name just said? Who was it? I'm sorry, I just
A baby book?
Oh
A
no,
Google
Dr.
search?
T. He said I'll just use a name generator.
A Google search, yeah. AI, anything? Yeah.
Like, just come on. I'll use the Wu-Tang name generator to create a name for my child. I'm gonna hire some. I don't even want to knock the person because it's a good scam. Like,
Yeah,
don't get it wrong. It's a good fleece. I'm not gonna hate the player. I'm not gonna hate the player, hate the game. I'm not gonna hate the player, but dog, people got money just as waste, man.
I wish.
Really? Is the person making a lot of money? Has a lot of clients?
They didn't say the money. They just said that the new trend is baby name consultant and that they're really helping you out because you know
where is this happening? Is this happening in Europe? Is this happening in the States?
In the US and in Europe.
Really?
Yeah. Look,
dude, I really want to know.
I'm guessing
how do you act like this?
Because they tell you like it's a long-term thing. Like, you might don't just name your kid after the flavor of the week because maybe 20 years down the road it won't be so much of a hot name.
Name your child after yourself.
No, they have to have their own identity.
Yeah, identity's ease, man. Get out of here, man. Paying money to name my child.
I mean, I've seen some whack names out there, bro.
What do you mean? It may be whack to us because we just, we're always criticizing and analyzing everything. But then that name might mean something to someone, to that person, to the child. Here I am getting all like, fighting for parents' rights and everything like that. But literally, were we really serious? People wasting money for the name their child?
Consultant.
Like there's $7 freaking million names in the world, and you need somebody to help you.
And the cool thing about
you don't got a deceased like relative that you might want to name the child after.
What if you do misname the kid and you give it a bad name? It can always legally change its name. It's not like it's set in stone.
Dude, they had some great. Hey, listen, one of the best characters in TV history was named after the amount of beers her father had before conceiving her.
Man,
6.
Blossom.
Yeah, loved it. Loved it.
Loved it.
It was a great explanation.
So many beers it took.
And don't get me wrong. Look, I make fun of people's name. Look, I had a tough name. Spanish people can't say Vladimir. They say Vladimir. The B's V in the Spanish language. Granted, cool. Best friend never said my name right for the longest, but I understood. But are you kidding me? I don't even like the prefixes in some names. His name is Michael. It's not La Michael. It shouldn't be La Michael. It's, you know what I mean?
Speaking of that, Vlad, they have an HBCU basketball game on.
Oh, she's adorable.
But I got to ask you this. Did you see Alabama A&M, HBCU, has an Asian guy playing for them?
That's right. Minorities, baby. We love all minorities. We include all minorities. But are you seeing me? Like, no, I don't even like the prefixes in names, but
yeah, I got Legary.
Yeah, like LeGarrette. Just call the man Garrett. But nonetheless, I'm not paying anybody money to help me name my child.
No, I'm not doing it. Still got an hour and 45 minutes left. Hang out. We'll be back after this on 560 WQAM.
Champions playing here. WQAM Miami. WPOW HD2 Miami. WKIS HD2 Boca Raton. An Odyssey Sports Station. Home of the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, 3-time NBA champion Miami Heat, 5-time national championship winner Miami Hurricanes football, and Miami Hurricanes basketball.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Oh, yeah. You can text in. Also, jump into YouTube and Twitch, 560 WQAM or 305-567-0560. Platinum Store says, just waiting for the gummies to kick in. All right. Thank you for listening. And
Nice.
zoning out a little bit with us. Pete
Literally.
Colt says, get buzzed. Watch the Oscars. It's a good watch when you're lit. I've done that for sure. 305-567-0560. Also, the number to text in. 561 text in. Baby name consultants get up to $30,000. So many dumb people out in the world. If that's true, I'm upset, but that's okay. 561 says Pete Rose married a Playboy bunny. He died with a smile on his face.
Yes, he did, baby. Charlie hustled, still hustling.
Charlie Hustle was always hustling. I heard he was hell with the ladies.
Slid
man.
into that base.
He always head first, man. Go face head
Head
first.
face.
813, talking about Jimmy Butler and his house being trashed, says 100% it was his crew. They stayed and wrecked the place for sure. So Jimmy Butler, maybe his entourage owes him a little bit more. He takes care of him, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do take care of them, but they got to make sure they take care of you as well.
And Richie from Boris Head saying the Knicks are going to whoop the Heat tonight. We'll see.
Yeah, Richie, you already know.
We'll see. We'll see. Someone asked me yesterday. I talked about after, I don't know if Vice City 1896, the supporters group for Inter Miami, still does it, but it used to be after victories, we would go out to Miss Q out in the Fort Lauderdale area. Someone says, next time you go, let me know. It's in Oakland Park. Okay, I'll definitely let you know. Every Monday, I'm in Oakland Park at Funky Buddha, so you can catch me there. It's always a good time. Funky Buddha's got some stuff. That new maple bacon coffee porter recipe they got, woo, magnifique. Absolutely great. Absolutely great. Okay, so we got the Oscars tonight at 7, but more importantly, we got the Heat Knicks. And in the next segment, we're going to relive some great Heat Knicks moments. And I know you've lived through them all. You really have legitimately lived through them all, right? Because the Heat have been around for like 30 years, maybe almost 40, 32. So yeah, so you've lived through them all. So we're going to go take a walk down memory lane next. So jog your memory now as I go through some of these headlines. Unfortunately, Jaime Jaquez Jr. and Andrew Wiggins are doubtful for tonight, so might not be there. I'm probably not going to play tonight, but
that's why the Knicks are a 7-point favorite right now.
7-point favorite on the road. Wow. I saw the Pelicans are a 7.5-point favorite against the Utah Jazz tonight. Like, whoa, Pelicans are playing good.
Yeah, because all your starters are playing.
Yeah, well, we traded Brandon Ingram. Like my mom said, that Kelly Olynyk is quite the player. Big Lynn, she likes Kelly Olynyk. Now you know where Kelly Olynyk is. He's with the New Orleans Pelicans. Mm-hmm. I'm sure.
I think when they play that game next year with Charles, do you know what team this player plays for? When they asked about Kelly Olynyk, I think Kelly Olynyk will be one of the players that they asked Charles Barkley. Does he know what team he plays?
Does Garrett? Speaking about my LSU,
Gary Temple,
does Garrett Temple still play?
That's the number one guy. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, the dude is.
He's always They ask Charles that question all the time, and he never gets it right.
Says Toronto Raptors.
Yeah, he's one of those vets that's always gonna have a job.
He's 38 years old. Listen to this paltry stat line though.
What, 0.8 points per game?
0.6, 0.6, 0.6.
Damn.
I don't know if he's playing, man. Let's see.
With a 20% field goal percentage.
Yeah, he's I don't think he's in the league right now.
He's still in the league.
Nah, I need stats.
No, he is on it. He got stats.
I'm looking.
Fifth seat to the left.
Let's see. Wait.
That's the stat.
I mean, he played February. Oh, no, he didn't play. No, Vlad.
Yo, fam, he's making $3 million a year.
He's not
to sit on the bench.
He's either not getting into games or he's on
No, he's a vet. No, ain't nobody playing a 38-year-old man with a team that's trying to lose.
Let's see. This year, he's played in 17 games.
Right.
He's averaging 4 minutes a game.
Okay.
In the games that he played. Now, not in the games he didn't play. Woo, that's a paltry stat line, bro. He's shooting 14.3% from behind the arc. He's averaging 0.1 blocks, 0.4 assists, 0.6.
All right, hold on.
No. 0.4
What's his-
steals.
Wait a minute. He's
0.6
shooting.
assists.
You say he's shooting 16% from the 3-point line?
14.3 from behind the arc. 20% overall. That's not good. He's averaging 4 minutes a game when he gets in, and his averaging half a point, 0.6 a game. And that team's been kind of injured too. LSU, baby.
Mm.
He's the vice president of National Basketball Players Association. So maybe he has more time to focus on that gig.
How'd you gotten older?
He shut down JJ Redick though in Sweet 16 one year.
What, 20 years ago, bro?
Shut him down.
Oh, my Jesus.
National Player of the Year. Take that, LSU. Victory for LSU to Final Four that year.
And now he's coaching, and you're riding the vine.
I'd rather ride the pine.
I'd rather coach.
His dad.
You're riding because I'm riding. Guess what? At least I'm getting paid, and I'm at least in the front of the bench. You're riding the pine because I don't think you're good enough.
You're stealing money, bro.
No, well, yeah, I never said there's wrong with that type of scam. Never said there's anything wrong with that
game,
scam.
not the player. His
Hate
dad,
the game, not the player.
Collis Temple, was actually the first African-American black player on the LSU basketball team. Dale Brown, Daddy Dale, bringing him in. He went to U-High, University Laboratory School, U-High. He and Big Baby were friends. Is Big Baby still in the league?
No, Big Baby's in jail.
Oh, no. Oh, no, Vlad, that's not good.
No, yeah, Big Baby's in jail.
I hope it's for like a white-collar crime. Please tell me it was a white-collar crime.
It was for a white-collar crime.
Okay, good.
They were stealing. They were PP scams during COVID. The PP loans.
Okay.
Was it PPO loans?
Whatever. Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't. That took a turn. What other headlines do we have? Oh, Matthew Tkachuk. He's on the injured reserve. We don't know how long he's going to be out. But Paul Maurice did tell Joe Rose this week on the air he is definitely going to play this year.
He could be lying.
He maybe they're still assessing him. That's the thing.
When he said this year, he never said
this season.
This season, because 25-26 season is still considered, but begins this year.
It don't matter, baby. The Panthers are making moves. Spencer Knight, sayonara, first-round pick, gone. But we got Chicago Blackhawks veteran defenseman Seth Jones. Who? Seth Jones.
Popeye Jones' son.
Yeah, Seth Jones a monster too, man. I'll take that trade. As a Panthers fan, I'll take that. Spencer Knight and a first-round pick to shore some things up and get an all-pro on a run to the Stanley Cup again. Yeah, I'll go with that, Vlad. I'm good. I got that. They blanked Calgary last night, 3-0. Do you think that had anything to do? Like, Bobrovsky just shut out Calgary. Spencer Knight, get out of here. Tampa Bay Lightning are in town tomorrow. Sergei Bobrovsky, 50th career shutout. Kudos. Remember when people were calling him Sergei Bumbrowski because he wasn't playing that well, and he's kind of came out and said, "Look, it's been a really tough adjustment from Columbus to here. Give me some time, I'll be all right." And we're all like, "Oh God, he's making excuses." And he was actually telling the truth. We got to start believing our hockey guys a little bit more. Matthew Tkachuk has a groin injury apparently. Great. Tyreek Hill celebrated his 31st birthday yesterday, tweeting out, "This will be my best year yet, Dolphins." So the man said it. Now he's going to back it up.
I don't believe it.
I do.
No, I mean, you know what?
I do believe it.
Best season. I don't know. I mean, those 1,800 yards his first 2 years.
Yeah, that's a monster.
But I do believe he'll have a great season.
He'll have a bounce back year.
Yeah.
Maybe because Tua will be healthy, hopefully.
Right.
I mean, when you had Skylar Thompson and Snoop Huntley playing like the backup quarterback for Texas State in necessary roughness, it's kind of tough, man.
At best, everybody rebounds from last season.
Did you love necessary roughness?
I loved it.
Scott Bakula.
Scott Bakula was great. Quantum Leap. I love him. Loved him in Quantum Leap. Ziggy.
Blow a whistle. Blow a whistle.
Ziggy, you know what I'm saying? And who else was in there?
Kathy Ireland.
Kathy Ireland as the field goal kicker. Sinbad as the offensive
lineman. Sinbad. Forgot about that.
And I like the coach. The coach is one of the better actors. Was that Hector Ilinzano?
I think that was the assistant coach.
Was the okay?
You're the big O. I'm the little D. I used to watch that movie over and over and over again.
They used to show it on HBO all the time.
It's hilarious.
It is.
It really is. It stands up too today. We will not accept money from boosters.
Dude, that movie's it's gonna be 35 years old.
Marlins were up 4-1, but now it's 4-3 in the 7th.
Rob Schneider was in it.
Rob Schneider was a play-by-play caller.
Yes, Hector Elizondo was Coach Ed Gennaro.
De Janeiro.
Jason
Straight up-
Bateman was there. Robert Loggia.
Yeah, I forgot Jason Bateman was in that movie.
There's a lot of great actors in this movie.
And people.
Former athletes was in it. Obviously, Evander Holyfield.
What?
Tony Dorsett.
What? I don't remember that.
Yeah. Fred Dean Thompson was in. Yeah, there's a lot. Randy White, Roger Craig, Jerry Rice. They were all the convicts.
Oh, yeah. They played the convicts and got beat up. Really
Earl
bad.
Campbell, yeah. Well, I mean, all the convicts were actual former
football players, too. So, yeah.
Great movie. Great movie.
We'll circle back to that one. The Marlins are up 4-3. Jensen Junk has not gotten into the game. Edward Cabrera had sort of a rough outing. 2 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 1 strikeout, 12 ERA. So hopefully ECAB can get it going, man.
Who?
ECAB.
Oh, jeez.
Well, I had to change nicknames. I can't call Andrew Wiggins. I'm just calling him Andrew Wiggins from now on because you warned me that my preferred nickname could be missaid or misconstrued.
Very.
Okay. What else can we talk about? We can talk about the Canes baseball team. They fell to 8th-ranked Florida 6-3. They try to salvage a game today. My favorite time of the week, trying to figure out what the Miami Hurricanes baseball team is doing because I can never seem to find updates. Never ever seem to find updates.
They're losing?
I'm guaranteeing they're losing. They're going to get swept.
Guaranteeing it.
I don't know. I'm just saying Florida's really good. Does ESPN cover that stuff?
Yes, they do.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably where I should go.
We got a good game going on in the NBA here. Boston versus Denver. 96-91 Boston. 5.5 left in the fourth quarter.
Denver's got some issues. I'm not to say they have issues, but they've kind of lost some of their luster over the 2 years.
You know what's weird? Yes, they have lost some of their luster. You're absolutely right about that over the last 2 years after they won the title. I think they started feeling
like they were
Mike Malone started feeling himself a little too much.
It seemed like they had a setup to start a dynasty. And
they did, but here's the thing about these type of things when you have successful teams.
Yeah.
You have to keep them together and you have to have the money. So a lot of those role players wanted to get paid and they went to other destinations to get paid, which takes a lot from the team because sometimes the team that you've been playing for or you've been with is actually the better situation for you.
Maybe I'm going to pull back on that guarantee because the Hurricanes are up 9-4 right now over Florida in the 7th. So
look at that.
That guarantee has been rescinded. I am 100%. I can't say 100%. I'm all in on the Miami Hurricanes, and LSU plays Sam Houston. That can't be today. That's got to be next week. Oh, maybe today. Sam Houston today, 4:00.
Who?
LSU. Number 2 in the nation.
Oh, LSU. I
They're playing at Sam Houston, Frisco College Baseball Classic. Okay, so they're one of those little loop-de-loops that they play in the years. Lionel Messi, he is here in the 305 or the 98. What am I talking about? 95?
305, 786.
786.
He plays in the 954, 754.
954, yeah. But he's not in the Houston area because taking the day off. They're going to rest him for a game. So Houston Dynamo tonight, Shell Energy Stadium, 22,000 strong, maybe not 22 exactly because Messi's not going to be there. They've basically given away all free tickets now that Messi's not going to be there. It shows they really hold their own team in high regard.
So I was about to ask you. So Houston must stink then.
But I mean, this is the thing. So what are you telling your fan and your team? Like,
you stink.
You're absolutely worth nothing to us without Messi, another team player coming in. But what they're doing is they're resting Messi because he is going to play in the first leg of their Cavalier FC game from Jamaica in the CONCACAF Champions Cup game. That is going to be Thursday. And we all know, they haven't started playing yet. Cavalier FC plays today in Jamaican Premier League against, is it Humble Wolves?
Humble Lions.
Humble Lions.
Humble Lions.
That's our favorite team. We're really pulling for Humble Lions.
Listen. Yeah.
Do we need to start updating on Humble Lions? We're definitely gonna do it today because we have to see how.
I'm gonna root for them like they're like Ted Lasso's team.
They're gonna get relegated probably. So it's like the Marlins, man. I gotta change my favorite player every year. If I start cheering for Humble Lions, and then they get relegated, I gotta find a new Premier Jamaica League team. It's like I used to be Stoke City fan in the Premier League when I was younger. Can't do that anymore. So now I'm Chelsea. They're safe. I also like Crystal Palace too, but I think they're pretty safe.
Crystal Palace.
Now, can't say the same for old Southampton. They're not safe. Not at all. Union Berlin, my Bundesliga team, got whooped today too. Great. How did Lille do in Ligue 1 France? I can't keep up with all.
I love how Dan's got so many teams in so many different leagues, man.
Well, this is the thing, Vlad. When you're not from Miami or from New York, you're from an area that doesn't have a lot of pro teams, you have to find pro teams to be a fan of. So when people are like, man, you have too many teams that you like, it's like, well, I didn't have a lot of teams growing up. I had one team growing up, the New Orleans Saints, and they were absolutely garbage. I loved them, rode with them.
So let me ask you this, bro.
That's why I have Cleveland Guardians gear. That's why I have Portland Trailblazers gear.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
On a Sunday in New Orleans.
Yes.
Where are you from? How many people are waking up to go watch a Premier League game at a bar? Central Time, because you're in Central Time, right?
I would say probably like 15 people.
So 15 people will go to maybe Bourbon Street or another bar.
Neighborhood bar. It was a neighborhood dive bar. Neighborhood bar.
And watch some good Premier League football.
Mm-hmm. I knew a group of guys that used to do it. They'd be so drunk by noon. I was like, God. Like I walked in one time, I was like, yo.
Because I can't picture that. I can't see a bunch of guys from New Orleans.
Nah, they really don't. Like Big Lynn couldn't, to save her life, name a team that's in the MLS or even a soccer team in general. Like if you went up and like, hey, do you know about Real Madrid? She was like, what's that? Hey, do you know about FC Barcelona? You got me. She know nothing. And she's not because she's a woman, not because she's older, but she lives in Louisiana. They know nothing about soccer and really hockey too.
So the only football they know is college in the Saints.
It's the Saints and LSU, baby. That's all. That's what the boot is all about.
All right.
I promise you. Like right now, us even talking about this, we'd start getting phone calls like, get back to talking about the Saints. Get back to talking about the Tigers. Pelicans play tonight? Nope. Okay. Sources say the 49ers will trade Deebo Samuel to the Commanders. Speaking of the Commanders, Jaden Daniels, LSU. 5th round pick. Maybe they can draft another LSU player.
I don't know. It's a good deal for the Commanders.
Great deal for the
You can
Commanders.
tell that the Niners are probably starting to cut down the money that they've.
But they got to pay Brock Purdy.
They got to pay Brock Purdy.
Are you a Brock believer?
No.
Okay, good.
No,
I didn't want to get into it, but good.
No, I'm not a Brock.
You're a Shanahan believer, although they had a really bad season.
I am a Shanahan believer. Absolutely. I think the man, because you know, my theory was that a lot of these young coaches, McDaniel, Shannon, they all come to the Shanahan tree. They all just play Madden against each other. And that's how they come up with some of the plays that they do. A lot of the offense
looks like it.
A lot of the offense looks very John Madden, like plays you would see in Madden.
Right.
And I seriously think they're on their headsets. And I'm not talking about like the coach's headset. I'm talking about like
those playing
gamer headsets. And that's how they're doing things.
Okay, well, real quick, let's go ahead and take a step into the day spa. British vocalist and lead singer of Take That, Robbie Williams, admits he is oftentimes the target of aliens because he is famous and they can get their message out through him.
Sometimes you need a hit, man.
He says a few times while writing songs, aliens have been so close to him that he could almost touch them.
Yeah, maybe the gummies and the microdosing in England is better than out here in the States, because this is ridiculous.
So when you listen
he
to Robbie
literally
Williams,
said when he's in the studio, he could literally say he senses the.
No, he said they're so close they can touch him.
They get close. They're so close they can touch him. Okay, all right.
Very good. Very good. All right, Vlad, we're going to relive some of the more famous and infamous moments between the Heat and the Knicks, who are playing again tonight. 6 o'clock right here on 560 WQAM. Vlad, let's go take a jog down memory lane next here on 560 WQAM. Hopefully tonight, another classic between the Heat and the Knicks, two teams that have given us our fair share of classics. I want to go back and think about some of those great or not so great memories, depending on what side of the ball you were on those nights. I know one of my sticking out moments in the Heat Knicks was 2020. I actually got tickets from work, last physical tickets I ever have gotten in my life. And the game got canceled due to COVID. And I was like, no, that was the last physical ticket 2020 that I ever have had. That's interesting. Vlad, you've been through a lot of these Heat Knicks games. What are some of the ones that really, really stand out to you, whether it's good or bad? I don't just need it to be.
Wait, we're talking about games that I've gone to? Or
No,
games
just
I watched?
that you remember.
Oh, man, it's been a lot of good and a bad. Obviously, everybody knows the Van Gundy, the Zoe LJ fight. The Anthony Carter I forgot what game was that. Was that the game 3 or game 4? But Anthony Carter hitting a shot like over the backboard. It was a go-ahead jumper. He hit a go-ahead jump over the backboard to help the Heat beat the Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Obviously, the PJ Brown side suplex of Charlie Ward.
What about 1999, man?
No, wait. Well, let me get to that. Now that was 97. 99, that was the shortened year because of the strike, and Cats were playing like 3 games in a row. The Knicks were the 8th seed. They just got in the playoffs. The Heat didn't give a damn rat's ass that it was a shortened season. They got the 1 seed, and obviously everybody remembers the Allen Houston jumper. I also remember the following year, Jamal Mashburn giving up a wide open jump shot, and I think he passed it to Clarence Weatherspoon, who missed the jumper, and the Knicks took home court advantage. I believe that was a game 2 in 2000, I believe. I think so. What else? D Wade's had great moments. They went to the Garden, and LeBron, he put on a show when like alley oops and dunks like that. Carmelo hitting the jumper against you guys in the Garden. That was a well televised game against the ABC. Melo going for 50 at the AAA. The job that the Miami Heat did on Jeremy Lin on the game. It was a Thursday night game. It was the final game before the All-Star break. And for some reason, I felt that Dwayne Wade and LeBron James had enough of Linsanity. They attacked that man the same way Jordan and Pippen attacked Tony Kukoc in that 92 Olympics against Yugoslavia, because it was crazy. That's the reason why I believe Jeremy Lin did not participate in that first round series between the Heat and the Knicks. Remember when Amari Stoudemire fractured his hand because he was so upset that he punched the fire extinguisher? Good job. Yeah, smart job, guy. But yeah, Jeremy Lin saw what the Miami Heat did to him, and he didn't want to take a chance because he was going to be a free agent that they would. No, seriously,
a business decision.
He made a business decision. Absolutely, I will never forget that game. It was nothing but alley oops, rips, and dunks by the Heat in that game. Like they busted that boy. Like they busted that boy bad. The last series in 2020,
that wasn't much.
That was a good series. That was a good 6-game series. Josh Hart, Brunson not passing it to Josh Hart for what could have been a go-ahead 3-pointer. I remember that series, but Jimmy was doing his thing. Brunson did his thing. Yeah, it's been some great moments in this rivalry. It has not
been a one-sided battle. In 138 games, the Knicks lead the series 72-66. So right there, close, very, very close. Classic games. The fights always stand out. PJ Brown, and then Stan Van Gundy. Was it Stan Van Gundy? Who was the Van Gundy guy that was hanging onto a leg, and he was an announcer that was really, really bad for a while?
Who?
Van Gundy.
Jeff or Stan?
Jeff Van Gundy.
Jeff.
Yeah. I'm glad he's an assistant coach now. Nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a time, but I give Miami credit. There was a time that, you won 97, but I believe the next 2 series, the Knicks had won. I believe it was the 99, 2000, and maybe 01 that the Knicks won. And then Miami's won the last, I believe, 3 playoff series that they have.
Ooh,
face.
That's
But,
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's great moments, bro. Riles going back to the Garden his first time.
That's what happened. Yeah, it's been so long. Pat Riley's been a part of the Heat. You forget he was a part of the Knicks organization before he got traded to the Heat.
It's gotten to the point where Riles he's been excellent for so long that you almost kind of forget about the middle part, which would have been the Knicks years. But there's no
NBA
Riles
Finals.
is great in Miami without the rivalry with New York.
Absolutely. The Knicks did just waive Matt Ryan and Jacob Toppin. I didn't know Matty.
Say that again?
The Knicks just waived Matt Ryan and Jacob Toppin.
Jacob Toppin, which is Obi Toppin's brother.
And Matt Ryan, maybe a Hall of Fame football player.
I can't unbelievable. I never knew Matt Ryan all this time. No wonder he went to CBS Sports. He wanted to be part of the pregame show because he could take a quick ride to the Garden to be the 18th man for the Knicks.
Name's Matt Ryan. Let's see what Matt Ryan looks like. I don't know. See, they have Jacob.
That'd be funny if Matt Ryan's a brother.
Jacob Toppin.
Jacob Toppin's definitely, that's Obi Toppin's brother.
No, Matt Ryan. Let's see. I think I see a picture of him. Carl. Nah, Matt Ryan looks like Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan.
Not a good pic. That's not a good picture of him. They caught him in a very peculiar instance. Karl-Anthony Towns is balling this year too, man. I got.
Yeah, he's playing well, but I'm gonna tell you this right now, Dan, being the representative, the public spokesperson for the Knicks, for Knicks fandom, he has to show out in the playoffs.
The Wolves are hurting without him.
The Wolves are hurting, but he has to show out in the playoffs because all this, this nice, friendly, oh man, everybody's in love with Karl-Anthony Towns, and he's showing himself that, maybe he just needed to be in New York, back in his hometown. That's all beautiful. The fact that we're 0-6 against the best teams in the league, and we've gotten our ass kicked by 20 plus points or more several times, the majority of the times, that's not gonna cut it in New York. So he's gonna, and nobody's complaining about his whining and his antics. It's gonna happen if they don't win.
What are his antics?
Remember when I say he has a face? Some people have punchable faces,
right?
Or when they kind of say he's zesty.
I've always
they say that he's zesty.
They always have a
right. So that's I'm saying, the zesty, and then when you're complaining, it's like some people like how Luka complains, but it's like he's yelling, screaming.
Yeah.
Well, Cat's complaining. It's like
that's sweet.
Like, what are you doing?
That's
like,
sweet.
It's foul. Like, it's like, and after a while, you're just like, grow some Spaldings, man, or Wilson. Enough of the complaining.
25, 13, and 3 this season. That's
pretty good.
That's really good, man. That's top 10 for rebounds and points in the league. So having a great year. So yeah, I'm excited. There's always a little bit of extra juice when it's Knicks Heat, and I love the juicy rivalry games. I'm definitely going to be watching, especially now that both teams are good. I mean, I know the Heat are right around 500. And I know you said the Knicks can't beat anybody that's super talented.
660 or plus, they can't beat.
Yeah,
600 or below.
You're not supposed to be. A lot of teams aren't supposed to be beating the premier teams in the league. That's why they're the premier teams in the league.
See, here's the thing, though, Cousin. When you have a 661 winning percentage,
and
you can't beat the teams that are 660 and above,
on your tier,
that's a problem.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing. There's only 3 teams that have better records than the Knicks.
It's true.
And those are the 3 teams they can't beat.
Well, that's going to be a problem.
Those are the 3 teams that's murked them by 30.
Yeah, Knicks are third in the East right now, 39 and 20.
Look
They're
at the record.
5 games ahead of the Bucks.
Look right now. Cleveland's 49-10. They're about to tip off against the
So the Knicks are going to finish
Portland Trail Blazers, right? They're about to play
finishing.
the Blazers. Then I got to lay a wager before tip off. Cleveland's won, and they have an 831 winning percentage at 49-10. The Celtics just beat the Nuggets, so I believe they're 44-18.
No, they're 42-18. 700.
Oh, they're 40. All right, so now they're 43-18 because they just beat the Nuggets. So they're 7 back. That's 705. The Knicks are third at 39-20. 661. If they win tonight, they're gonna win 2/3 of their games. And in the Phil Jackson theory of about who's a contender, he always says 40 before 20. You got to win 40 games before you lose 20. The Knicks, if they win, well, they already lost 20 games, but they're gonna fall right in that thing. They'll be 40-20. And then the other team that has a better record than the Knicks is the OKC Thunder, who are 48-11.
Yeah.
Knicks have swept them Nuggets. They lost to the Lakers. They did lose to the
The
Lakers.
Lakers are tricky,
But
man.
Lakers are tricky. Knicks have swept the Grizzlies. They split with the Rockets. Knicks have beaten them. Like all the other teams below them, they can beat. The only teams they can't beat are the 3 teams that are top of the NBA.
The Cavaliers have won 9 in a row.
And did you see that victory on Friday night?
Yeah.
When they were down 25
And
points.
they came back. That impressed me. And the Lakers have won 5 in a row. The Heat, look, just take care of business tonight.
But can they?
I will feel better. I'm a little pessimistic. I'm not going to lie to you, Vlad, because like you said, the Knicks, if you're 660 or better, you're good. They're not going to beat them. But if you're lower than 660, they're going to take care of you. And they took care of Memphis the other night. And this Heat team has been scoring a lot, but we know that well can dry up very quickly. But nonetheless, let's get going. Duncan Robinson, let's make some threes tonight. If Duncan can give us a consistent like 12, 13 points a game, this team is going to go on a nice little winning streak, or at least a nice stretch. There might not be all wins, but yeah. So Duncan Robinson and maybe Terry Rozier. Let's go. Jaime probably not going to be playing. Andrew Wiggins probably not going to be playing once again. That's why I remain somewhat pessimistic while also remaining optimistic. Either way, Vlad will be there.
I'll be there.
I'll be there. And it'll be, like I said, 65% Heat fans, 35% Knicks fans. But the 35% will be very vocal. Are you going to be vocal? Are you going to be cussing like you usually do at the TV?
Absolutely.
Oh, goodness gracious. I hope somebody if anybody sees Vlad,
Trevor's going with me.
Take some video.
Trevor's going with me.
Okay, Trevor, take some video. And if Vlad starts acting up at the game, but of course, I'm sure there's some other Knicks fans that'll be acting up at the game too. So
I'm a great fan
It's
to my
funny.
plays.
I love it.
Because when they do something bad, I eviscerate them. But when they do something great,
you are so hot and cold, it's scary, man.
When they do bad, I eviscerate them. When they do good, I burp them.
You're hot and cold.
It's like my child. Right here in my bosom.
Speaking of your bosom, your Michigan State Spartans just beat my Wisconsin Badgers 71-62.
Final Four bound, baby. When Michigan State's in the Final Four, just remember Vlad told you that.
You put money on it already, right? You took some futures,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Don't wait. Don't wait. Do it now. Get the better odds. All right. Back after this on 560 WQAM. WQAM invites you to experience every upset, every buzzer beater, and every heart-stopping moment at Odyssey's Buckets and Bets from March 20th to the 23rd, presented by Hard Rock Bet. We've transformed Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Hollywood into the ultimate college basketball tip-off weekend. Immerse yourself with massive LED screens, beers with your crew, and real-time betting action. VIP tickets and packages are available at Ticketmaster, and get all the info at WQAM.com. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood.
That's a good number.
Admit it.
1-800-ADMIT-IT.
Yep.
See, take accountability, baby.
So this sports book that we're going to have is going to be absolutely awesome. It's going to be state of the art. It's going to be like being in Vegas. So you don't have to go to Vegas. You can just go to the Hard Rock Casino, buy the tickets. You'll have the open bar. You'll have just TV screens surrounding you with all the games. And when a game gets closer towards the end, they're going to cut to the sound of that game. So it's going to be
during the turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
So really, you just sit back with your guys or girls and relax, have some free food, have some free drinks, watch the games all day. And then you're right there at the casino. It's going to be absolutely awesome. But I was thinking about this.
What do you think
about Michigan State. They're really good, by the way.
Sparty. Go Sparty.
They were showing the Big Ten standings. Man, if the Big Ten and the SEC would combine and say, like, you know what?
That's half the tournament teams is between the SEC and the Big Ten.
What are we doing here with the NCAA? Why do we need other people policing
don't do it.
us?
No. Because you know what? Soccer tried to do that, and they put the kibosh on that. They put the kibosh on the Super League. Don't do that. Don't do that.
But
don't do it.
Could stop the SEC and the Big Ten?
No, soccer tried to do that. The big name teams try to do that. They're like, forget the Champions League. We're the best teams. Why don't we just do a league?
They came really close to doing that.
They came really close.
Because I want to say FC Barcelona was the snag that held up that Super
I think
League?
Madrid wanted to do it, and
Madrid and PSG wanted to do it,
and the other teams didn't want to do
Chelsea and them kind of backed out. And we're like,
but if you're looking at like the Joe Lunardis, and the other college, the college basketball analysts who do the prediction, they have, I believe they have 13 teams from the SEC and maybe 11 or 12 teams from the Big Ten,
right?
That are,
all
that they think will make the tournament.
I don't want to put out,
25 out of 68 or teams is a lot from two conferences.
And like I said, I don't want to put this out in the ether because, somebody might get ideas. Not that they haven't already had the ideas, but really all the SEC and the Big Ten have to do is cherry pick a couple of other teams from the ACC and the Big 12 and then say, NCAA, we're out. Football, basketball, baseball, we'll take care of our own stuff. We'll take our own money. We'll do what we want to do. Good luck. And if, let's just say they come into the ACC and say, we would like to take Florida State. We would like to take Miami. Who else would we like? North Carolina. That's a good.
Syracuse.
Okay, so we want to get into New York. Syracuse.
I definitely want to take Syracuse because I get the Big East. I get the basketball and the football.
So then, whatever the Big Ten comes in and says, well, we got to take Clemson, Louisville. We like Dallas, SMU.
Georgia Tech.
So we can have the Georgia Tech. And we're good. And by the way, we're leaving the NCAA. And by the way, all you other teams that we haven't absorbed yet, we'll leave the door open in case we want.
That would be unbelievable cool. I don't think it will ever happen. It would never happen. But
first of all,
I like your thinking.
It would be terrible.
I like your thinking.
As a viewer, I would hate it.
I like it.
And I'm an LSU guy, and I'm a Wisconsin guy. I've been to both schools, and they're in both they're both big U. But man, what would it do, man? What the seismic?
It would be this would be one of the most seismic changes in sports history, but it will never happen because dude, the NCAA is kind of run like a mob, you know what I mean? Like,
but they have no power if they decide to get out.
Yeah, but teams won't do that, bro. They'll start relegating Division II teams into Division I. That's all. That would be the thinking, but that'd be crazy. There's no way to
you add to a genius idea by throwing more brilliance on it. Big Ten, SEC, let's say they each have 25 teams, but there's a relegation to the NCAA. So the bottom four teams in each league would be relegated to the NCAA, and the best 4 teams that were still in the NCAA could go up into the Big Ten and SEC.
That's good, but you're thinking is making it seem like this new league is better than the NCAA.
No, it's not. It's actually way worse.
So then why would they care about being relegated?
That's true. Then they would have to play with the NCAA.
Yeah, that's not going to happen because the NCAA is run by the mob, and the NCAA also has their love from the NBA.
Is the NCAA
NFL.
run by the mob?
Yeah, the NBA, NFL.
Well, I thought actually it was run by
no, it's not really run like some
Sopranos
guy.
and
no,
the Gambino family.
No, nobody really named. Nobody's name that ends with a vowel.
That would be awesome if you were telling me for real that you had insight that the mob runs the NCAA.
I mean,
they have a hand.
They've had their hand on many things with the NCAA. If we want to harken back to the days in the 50s,
but I mean, I would hate to see it happen because I think it would be disastrous for most schools. But one day SEC and Big Ten could say, "We'll take our ball."
I think it's anything's not. You know what? Nothing's out of the realm of possibility because we saw it in soccer. I love Champions League, and the majority of the best teams in soccer, there was a thought that why are they spending? Not even spending. Why are they
revenue sharing
revenue with a lot of these teams that can't do anything, like their biggest days when they play them, when a team like Real Madrid, a team like Manchester City, Barcelona, when those big name teams, those big name soccer clubs come to a team like Brest in France. Nobody knew about Brest, right? We all know about Brest, but we don't know about Brest, the football team.
Yeah, man.
And then all of a sudden, they won a couple of games in Champions League. They advanced to that knockout game. But why does a team like PSG got to share revenue with a team like Brest, even though they're playing the same city? But PSG is a superpower. They're not.
I have bad news.
What's that?
I told you I always have to find a favorite Marlins player, and in soccer.
Yeah, your boy got trashed, didn't he?
Earlier today, remember I said, I wonder how Lille is doing in Ligue 1. They've been relegated.
Oh.
So are we going with Brest? Is that our new team?
I love them.
I like Toulouse, too.
Wait, Toulouse?
Toulouse-Lautrec.
Toulouse-Lautrec.
Toulouse.
Sound like you're loose.
So you got Brest and I got Toulouse.
Mm-hmm.
My mom would kill me right now. PSG's in first place, in case you were wondering.
Right.
Not that you were. So our team is the Humble Lions in Jamaica League.
Yes.
And
the Pinks.
We got to check this out. We got to see how they're doing.
We love the Pinks in
MLS. Of course.
We love the Humble Lions in Jamaica.
They don't even have a symbol.
What?
No, they do. They do.
Oh, come on. It's got to be a lion smiling.
Hold up.
Wait, if the Humble Lions don't have a lion like looking all humbly and smiling, like his chest out, peacocking, it's
a lion roaring. That's for sure.
Oh, it's a lion roaring? Yeah.
Oh, man, hold up. Wait a minute. Don't go there because I ain't with it. I'm looking at the kits. They got some pretty sweet kits, man. Oh, my goodness.
I've heard of Uncle Luke. I never heard of Uncle Dan.
Vlad, they got a kit with a lion's face in the middle of the chest, and it's like Jamaican colors. I got to see how much it's going to cost me. Because it's going to cost us. We're buying this bad boy.
You're going to buy this bad boy.
Look, have you seen?
Just show it to me.
Okay, how much? Just where do I put my credit card information in? I want the green one. I don't like the white one. I don't like wearing white because I look too washed out and it gets too dirty.
Why, it blends in with you?
Yeah, it looks like I'm just a ghost walking around. And white guys wearing white clothing has it's had some bad issues over the past years.
Really?
Yeah, Vlad. Give me this jersey. Like, just take my credit card.
So you're not wearing a hood.
I gotta show you this. So, Jamaican Premier League, man. Why can't I buy it? Come on, you can't be holding back on us like that. Let's see who. Just Bet is one of their advertisers on their kits. It's not bad, man. You're gonna see this kit and love it, man. Humble Lions has become our new favorite team. I hope they pound Cavalier SFC today because also I hope they beat up on them so that when Inter Miami plays them. But let's worry about tonight's Inter Miami game. No Lionel Messi. Hopefully, no problem. Last year, it wasn't that big of a deal when Lionel Messi didn't play. Cavaliers and the Blazers have tipped off. The Blazers lead 10-7. And Dustin,
Blazers playing very good basketball.
they have actually really started to turn this. When I say turn around, their record's actually pretty similar to the Heat's.
They're in
It's pretty similar to the Heat's. It's just they're in the West where there's a lot of good teams.
Portland's 27-33. They're 3 games.
Below 500 or whatever.
No, what's the Heat? 28-30.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're like 2.5 behind the Heat.
And Dusty May and
Record-wise.
Michigan Wolverines are in action right now. Michigan's second in the Big Ten behind your Michigan State Spartans. So
Yes. Oh, shout out to St. John's last night.
oh, the Johnnies.
The Johnnies won the Big East. With
Wow.
Rick Pitino rocking the right. Only Rick Pitino can rock the white suit like that, bro. You talk about white people that can't wear white.
Shouldn't
Rick Pitino can do it.
Yeah, that's true.
When he rocks the Colonel Sanders
Well,
suit,
he owns horses.
Huh?
He owns horses.
and restaurants.
Yeah. But I mean, if you own a horse, you can wear some
Yo,
other stuff.
You know, I'm so mad. B. I can't. When you hear a story and you're like, "What?" I'll never let that Rick Pitino waitress tabletop story go.
Got to do it.
I can't. It's just
Man has
historical.
needs.
Man has needs. Man has needs. Uncle.
Well, if you need 45 more minutes of us, pause.
Man has
We
needs.
got 2
Officer
more
Lady.
segments. Come on, 2 more segments next. 560 WQAM.
A man has needs, man.
show you might have missed anytime. Get it now and make WQAM your favorite station.
Sports lives here. WQAM Miami, WPOWHD2 Miami, WKIS HD2 Boca Raton, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
My man. Speech. First of all, I want to thank my
I want to thank you for joining us for an extended version of Sports Day. Going to be taking you up to 4:45 when the preheat will begin for the Knicks. Tip-offs at 6. We got the pregame, postgame, the whole game right here on 560 WQAM. Vlad, looking a little deeper into our new favorite team that's not Inter Miami, Chelsea, Union Berlin, Real Madrid. Our new favorite team, Boca Juniors, River Plate for you. Humble Lions, number 1. They are aptly named because I'm looking at some of their footage from their home games.
They look bad.
Vlad,
They get humbled a lot.
They do need to be humble because think JV football game midweek here in the United States.
That's bad.
But I'm also finding out now why I can't get a score on the Humble Lions Cavalier FC game because, you know, Cavalier FC is the team that Inter Miami has drawn.
The Wi-Fi might not be that strong over there.
No, the game has been postponed.
Oh, due to what?
I can't get past I can't get past it. I gotta verify who I am, and I'm using someone else's. It just says postponed. So, number 1, I would definitely want to go to a home game now and for Humble Lions because you and I would be we're gonna be there, bro. We're gonna be heard. Let's put it that way. And the game's been postponed, so maybe they'll play a little later in the day. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, we know Inter Miami, they're playing later today against the Houston Dynamo with no Lionel Messi. He did not even make the trip, so there's no chance he would even play. So, big week.
Yeah, forget all that. We got Heat Knicks.
That's the big one tonight. And then tomorrow, let's not forget the rivalry continues with the Tampa Bay Lightning coming to town to play our Florida Panthers without Matthew Tkachuk, who went on the injured reserve today. We don't know if it's long-term injured reserve. We don't know if it's short-term injured reserve. We're hoping he's just back healthy, ready to roll whenever the playoffs come around for this Florida Panthers team. Heat Knicks today. What a rivalry. What a great game. Just, oh man, I can't wait. I hope it's another classic tonight. It's always got a little extra juice when those two teams play.
Well, yeah, the fan bases are going to give it a lot of juice, obviously, because, you know, there's a lot of so many transplanted New Yorkers.
You don't hear of a lot of Miami transplants to New York, though.
I'm shocked that there are.
There are some. There are. I mean, New York's the big city. You got
And another thing, here's another thing when you talking about some of the things you remember in this rivalry. I do recall, and I remember Jace Jacks was doing the game. I remember that the Heat went to the Garden and they shut down the Knicks and they shut up the Knicks faithful.
I remember.
And you could hear a "Let's Go Heat" chant in the Garden, like very loud and clear. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, ooh, okay, all right. You know, you're getting your ass beat, and then you're getting your ass beat to the point where, you know, people are like, hey, they can shout out with pride
and without repercussions.
And no repercussions.
There may have been repercussions. We don't know for a fact, but
nobody has footage outside.
Yeah, to feel comfortable enough to do that is
yeah. You gotta have you're brazen. But
that's the thing, you know. Don't let us cheer. Shut us up instead of us shutting you up.
Yeah, that's another one.
Miami Hurricanes baseball team up 13-6 on the Florida Gators. That is in the bottom of the 9th inning. So hold your breath. We'll get into that. Let's get some headlines real quick for this extra part of the show. We got that tip off at 6 o'clock. Knicks, Heat, Jaime Jaquez Jr., Andrew Wiggins doubtful. That is not a good sign. I know that Karl Anthony Towns has been dealing with some stuff. He was questionable for the previous game against the Grizzlies.
Yeah, he played. He had injured himself in that blowout loss to Boston last Sunday, and
maybe this is his pride.
No, it wasn't his pride. He injured it. Like, you know, Tibbs doesn't care. Like, it could be Tibbs could be winning 100-1, or could be losing 100-1. He's still gonna have his all-stars out there.
Good job.
Yeah.
Panthers traded Spencer Knight and a first-round pick to the Chicago Blackhawks for veteran defenseman Seth Jones.
I like this move a lot, bro.
I love it.
That's a champion. That is you're the defending champion, so
that's a lot to give up.
Yeah, but you're also getting a lot.
Yeah, you are, and you're
You're
setting
getting
yourself up for another championship.
This is a short term. This was a short term satisfaction move. This is not for the long term. Because long term, you would have kept Spencer because you've got to figure Sergey's 36. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel like they're going to get a vet backup goalie, a goalie with a lot of experience, maybe, has tons of playoff experience, might have participated in a cup final or not, just because I think with this current team, the nucleus that you probably have another 2 years maybe of trying to contend for another Stanley Cup title.
Don't forget, a lot of times Spencer Knight was playing in back-to-backs because they didn't want Sergey to play back-to-backs.
Right.
Remember, in the playoffs, you're not going to be
not
playing
only you don't have back-to-backs, but because after this 2 weeks Four Nation Cup and the league actually did the Panthers a favor. They have no more West Coast trip, and there's no game that's starting past 7:30.
Yeah.
Their next road trips. I was going over the schedule with Kevin Rogers, who does pregame, intermission, and postgame. He's the host for our broadcast here on 560 WQAM with Doug Plagans and Bill Lindsay. I was talking to him like, dude, what late game do the Panthers have? And it's like, I'm looking to see maybe they have a televised Saturday night game on ABC or a TNT game. There's no game later than 7:30, and they don't go anywhere central. All their games are in the Eastern time zone. So their next road trip, as a matter of fact, I believe they begin in they begin in New York, and then they go to Boston, and then they go to Toronto, and then Montreal, and then they come back to Washington, and they finish it in Columbus. So you're not going far. It's not 3-4 hour road trips or plane rides. This should benefit a team that's had extended Stanley Cup playoff runs the last 3 years, definitely the last 2 seasons. So, yeah, this is a good move.
Robert Jones, Isaiah Wynn, and Liam Eichenberg are all set to hit free agency in 2 weeks. Sources say the Bears guard, Tevin Jenkins, is interested in joining Miami. It might cost us $30 million, though. So we'll just stay with that and see what happens there. Something has to be done with this offensive and defensive line. Although the defensive
You regret not paying
okay.
Robert Hunt that money?
Yeah. Robert Hunt.
Wasn't it Hunt that made the money 2 years ago, the right guard, last year? He got $100 million from Carolina.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot.
I mean, he was a hell of a.
He's got to do something.
He was a hell of a guard.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill, hell of a player, celebrated his 31st birthday yesterday, tweeting out, "This will be my best year yet, Dolphins." Okay, say it and do it. That's all we're asking you, Tyreek. Act right, play right. We'll be all right. Kings basketball, they fell to North Carolina. Vlad just 2 more games on the season.
2 more games.
When I say ow, it's like this season has been painful.
I can't wait.
Tuesday at 7 o'clock at Georgia Tech, then Saturday at noon versus NC State. And then we're expecting Jai Lucas at some point to be named the coach at Miami. I'm guessing they're going to wait until they said it could be this week, though. That's interesting. Like, he's coaching for Duke. They got a legitimate chance to win a national championship. How does that work? Does he just say, guys, it's been great?
I don't know, man.
Go get them because I got to get to Miami.
But you also got to recruit.
That's the thing. You got to get everything set up here in Miami. So all sources are saying that he's expected to be named Miami's basketball coach this coming week, and that he could be hiring Columbus High's Andrew Moran as an assistant. So I guess you just leave. You say, guys, go get him. I'm going to the opponent, and I'm going to start coaching him up.
I don't know if you could do that at this point, at this juncture of the season. Literally.
A lot of work to do, man.
After this upcoming weekend, the regular season's over. And then you're basically playing, you're guaranteed 2 games if you're a Duke. At minimum, you're guaranteed 2 games.
With your season?
With your season.
Yeah.
One in the ACC tournament and then one in the NCAA tournament. Depending how you do in the ACC tournament, if you play, you win, you might get a 1 seed.
They're
probably going to get the 1 seed.
They're
currently the 1 seed. Right now, it's 2 SEC teams, which is Bama and Auburn. And Houston in the Big 12 and Duke in the ACC. You get the 1 seed, so you're guaranteed at least a minimum of 1 game. I don't see a 16 seed beating Duke.
Not Duke.
So as Coach Lucas, do you finish the tenure as the assistant coach of Duke? or do you? Because you leave and can mess up everything. It can mess up Duke.
Yeah, this is the thing, Vlad. He has, and I'm not trying to, be a homer. He has a gargantuan task ahead of him. He basically has to rebuild this whole program from the ground up. They've lost their coach. They're probably going to have a completely different team next year.
Welcome to the new college sports.
I know. But I mean, like, what if Duke does go on a run to the Final Four? Then you're getting out of Duke in April, and you're going to have a quick turnaround with a lot of work to do here in Miami. I think he can do it.
Well, I mean, dude, it's all right. You know what? Come to think of it, he could do it.
I think this week he'll be announced and he will lead the Duke basketball team.
Well, he'll be announced. I think he'll be announced. You know what I think? Not this week, next week when they're in where are they playing the ACC tournament? Is it in Carolina or is it going to be in Georgia or Brooklyn?
Well, we're not going to it. So.
I know. But the conference tournament's always in a weird place. I want to say it's in Carolina.
They used to do it at the Garden all the time.
No, that would be the Big East.
Price ACC men's tournament in Charlotte,
North Carolina. Okay, so they're going to do it in Carolina. I believe everybody's going to be there, even the teams that are not in the ACC tournament. I think you get
a free vacation.
No, well, the Hurricanes leaders, the athletic director, people like that
okay.
are going to be there.
Got a trip.
Nah, the team isn't. Nah, sit your asses in class.
Party, man.
What's wrong with y'all?
Get a free trip and don't have to play basketball.
Hell no. Go to class. But I think those people, the athletic director, the decision makers at the University of Miami, will be in Charlotte to talk to Coach Harris, and then finalize that deal. So I think next week, the week following the regular season, that's when the announcement will be made.
Oh, the Marlins beat the Cardinals 5-3 today.
Only you love it. Only you love spring
training baseball. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to look and see who some of the standouts were. Mm-hmm. Let's see. And one guy had I got to get their names. I'm not as familiar with the team as I usually am.
Nobody knows who.
Jared Cerna went 2 for 2 today. Remember that name, Jared Cerna.
Okay.
Jonah Bride. Hold up, Jonah Bride, 2 for 3. Connor Norby, 1 for 4. Okay, got some guys, man. Do we have guys?
No.
Trying, Vlad. I'm just trying.
I see.
I'm trying. Lionel Messi not traveling with the team. Like we said, 7 o'clock, Houston Dynamo, Shell Energy Stadium. Tickets are free. So if you're in the Houston area listening, go on. No Messi, no pay for tickets. Unless you already bought tickets and you wanted to see Messi and you spent hundreds of dollars. Tough. That's tough right there. Former Canes lineman Jalen Rivers met with the Dolphins this week at the NFL Combine. I've heard that Jalen Rivers was impressive at the Combine and that he is kind of going up on the draft boards.
Nice.
49ers, them and Deebo Samuel are done, basically. Trade him to the Commanders for a 5th-round pick. That gives Jaden Daniels another weapon that can really make some differences for that team that made it away from the Super Bowl last year. Don't forget
that is a definite weapon, but that's a good weapon to give your great young quarterback. I am very interested to see what they do in free agency and especially, only free agency, because they're the type of team that needs to go after a Myles Garrett. And there's been a lot of talk that the Browns have now had to stand down on we're not trading him anywhere because Myles Garrett basically said, no, I want to be traded. Remember I said maybe it was a money move because he had 2 years left on his contract, but none of the money was guaranteed. Nah, he really wants to get traded. Like he doesn't want them to pay him. Nah, I want to get traded,
man. Like
the
Browns got to want just a treasure chest of stuff for him because he's the real deal.
Dude, but here's the problem, like we were talking earlier. GM Andrew Barry, you're the man that gave $230 million guaranteed to Deshaun Watson.
Bad idea.
So do you go and draft a quarterback knowing that the quarterback, a young quarterback, might suffer some ups and downs in his rookie year? Because you're basically on the foreman, my G. You and Coach what's his name? Stefanski. I'm sorry. I was about to call him
Stefanowski.
Stefanowski.
That's a different coach.
Yeah, that's a different coach.
I think he coaches Humble Lions. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Stefanski, who I think is a really good coach.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of factors have happened that's affected him and his teams to be consistently good. But a man that went through 5 quarterbacks and still got his team to the playoffs, you got to look at it. He's a damn good coach.
Yeah.
So, but he's on the foreman right now, and so is Andrew Barry. So, do you draft a quarterback that you know you may not be able to coach and be under your tutelage for a certain amount of years because you might get let go, or do you try to do the quick fix and win this season so that you continue your job, so you continue having a job? Do you sign a Kirk Cousins, or do you draft the Cam Ward if Tennessee doesn't draft him? Do you sign a Kirk Cousins, or do you draft the Shadur Sanders? If you know, like, that's the question you have to ask yourself. And if you trade Myles Garrett, you know that there's a defensive end that's available that you can have under the next 5 years that a lot of people would want. Do you draft Abdul Carter from Penn State, and then you get a treasure chest of draft picks by trading Mr. Myles Garrett?
I think that would be optimal. Myles Garrett wants out, trade him, get a load for him, and then draft Abdul. I mean, I'm guessing Abdul Carter will be available in the second pick. Maybe not. Now, maybe the Tennessee Titans will do that, but
then that's the thing. This is why I can't wait for next week's
That's
free
a good-
agent.
yeah,
Because
'cause-
free agency will let you know how our team's gonna draft.
actually, if you're the Browns, you're a terrible organization and team. But
Clearly.
you're in a good situation. You can trade Myles Garrett and get a boatload of stuff, and you're in the second draft pick choice. So you feel as though you can win-win. So if they don't draft Abdul Carter, you can replace Myles Garrett with Abdul Carter. If they do draft Abdul Carter first, then you feel as though, okay, well, we're going to address our quarterback need with a Cam Ward or a Shadur Sanders. I would do that. I mean,
But-
a lot of things have to go on, but
you might be letting people know what your quarterback situation is during the
I think
free
we all know
agency.
that. I think we all know what that quarterback situation in
Well,
Cleveland
that's the
is.
thing, and that's the thing. It all depends on who gets cut, because remember, they have to be under the cap. They have to be under the cap by but I believe next Saturday, before the new NFL calendar year begins, which will be March
Dominoes starting to
10th
fall,
or March
man.
13th, one of those 2 dates. But it's interesting.
The dominoes will start to fall right now. One more time. Let's fall into the day spa. Glad I saved the best for last. You're going to love this one.
Okay. All right, Vanessa Williams.
OnlyFans model Jade. Her and her mom are both pregnant.
Oh, this is not true. This is not true. It's not true. I saw what you're talking. No, it's not true. By her boyfriend?
Pregnant at the same time by the same
2 weeks
man.
later. Nah, that's not true.
His name is Nick Yardy.
Dude, yeah, Nick Yardy.
I just want to take notes.
Yeah. What is he, Jamaican?
He's definitely.
Yeah, he was drinking some ginseng. Huh? Nah.
So now look.
Very rooty.
He wasn't cheating on his girlfriend, though, apparently.
First of all, did you see listen, this was like bad porno acting in the 1980s. Like, oh, like, who's at the front door? The pizza delivery guy. Oh, I didn't order pizza. What's on the topping?
Oh, you know what the topping is.
Yeah,
So you're not buying this.
No, I'm not buying this, bro.
They're both pregnant at the same
I'm
time.
not buying this, bro. This is awful.
But he wasn't cheating on her
Okay.
because it's a throuple.
Okay. So then if it's a throuple, I know about throuples. So then what's the problem?
I'm not saying there's a problem.
So then
So a lot of questions to be
Yeah,
asked.
no contraceptives being used.
Well, I know that wasn't a question. Why would you enter into an open relationship with your mother?
In-law?
No, it's not her mother-in-law.
Oh, you're talking about the daughter.
Yeah. Why would she allow that? That's disgusting. Is it true? No,
What?
you got me worried. This Nick Yardy. I gotta find out more.
It's lies, man. I saw it. I watched
Okay,
it.
so if you saw it,
It's
yeah,
like,
the pictures are a little goofy.
yeah, it's the whole thing, the whole acting. It's bad acting, bro.
A little
It's worse.
goofy.
It's worse than straight to video movies, man. Back in the days.
The mom. I'm getting a read on her. I'm not sure if I like her or not.
Oh, I'm definitely.
I don't know if I like the mom or not.
I'm definitely. Yeah.
The girl, she's cool, I guess. Let's see. Well, let's get. Wait. This might not.
And here's the other thing. How old is the girl? I didn't look at the ages. Because for the mom to be pregnant at the same time, how old is that mom?
They're obviously pretty young.
Mm-mm.
She's young enough. She doesn't look like super young, but she doesn't
Dog,
look
the
super
eggs
old.
start,
Well.
they get scrambled after a while.
She's so beautiful.
They ain't hard boiled around her age.
She looks like she's in her 50s, I would say.
That's what I'm saying. Come on, man. This is bad porn acting.
You ruined my fun.
I'm sorry. I just got to keep it real with you. Like it was just bad.
It really doesn't.
Because I was gonna give him a shout out. I was like, yeah, go, brother. Yeah, that's my guy, Yardy. Bad man of them. But then I'm like, wait a minute, let me do some further research. So I'm like, oh, come on, man. This is fraudulent, man.
I mean, they're both really pregnant.
I mean, yeah.
Frauds. Frauds.
Yeah.
Don't.
By the way, here's the other thing.
Mom.
Okay, cool. That happened. Well, since you both got pregnant around the same time within 2 weeks of each other, I can't wait to see the delivery. If I don't see a multicolored baby, fraud.
Well, that would be the biggest.
If I don't see a biracial baby,
that'd be the biggest
fraud.
prank ever. The babies came out white, and they're like, "Oh, gotcha!" I was like,
that's it. I don't believe it.
Nick, you're dead to me.
I
Sorry,
don't
Nick
believe
Yardy.
you need more people.
Nick Yardy, you're dead to me. We're gonna close out the show next. Get ready for Heat Knicks tonight, 560 WQAM.
Days right.
That's the Diet Coke that I know. Not the Tate McRae Diet Coke. If Tate McRae, I'd like to know. Clips, Pusha T still works, but Malice is gone. Down religion. Is that right?
Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back. Good.
Yeah, he's back. He's still found religion.
Okay.
But
kind of like Mace.
Yeah, but he's still, it's still Malice.
Oh, he doesn't keep him down to pitch from anymore.
He's pitching from the pulpit.
There you go. 954 texts in. Yes, I was mentioning some of the supporters for the Inter Miami CF squad. Also, 954 texts in. I'm part of the Siege. I know the Southern Siege, Inter Miami's one of the supporters groups. Got some love for you, man. Shout out, man. The supporter shield to you guys for the day. Oh, we get a supporter shield. Hopefully, we won't lose in the first round of the playoffs, Vlad. That one still stings a little bit, but Inter Miami taking on Houston Dynamo. Lionel Messi not making the trip. That's okay. But we know we love all the supporters groups. The Southern Siege, Vice City 1896. I love going to those Inter Miami tailgates before the games and then afterward the parties and everything else like that. It's a really cool thing, man. But hopefully we'll have a lot of reasons to celebrate this year. But we got Heat Knicks tonight. That's the big one. Of course, that's going to be at 6:00, so a little earlier. There's a lot going on in the world. Like I said, Inter Miami playing the Houston Dynamo. You have the Oscars coming on at 7:00. But your attention really it's going to be the Heat and the Knicks. The rivalry renewed. Who could forget all the great memories that we've had between these teams over the past couple of years? Jalen Brunson. I love Josh Hart. They all and Karl Anthony Towns had an unbelievable year. The Heat have been unsteady all year, but hopefully with the new nucleus and everything else, that they can kind of find their way through things today. I would hope and prefer if Andrew Wiggins were playing today. We don't know if he is or he isn't. Jaime Jaquez is also doubtful, not questionable, but they were doubtful. So we'll find out in just a little while what's going to happen. Vlad, what's your play for the game today? Are you leaving right here from here and then you're going to go straight to the arena? What are you doing? Are you going to maybe like throw in some, Wynwood or something in between there or there? Maybe go to a downtown location, Bayfront maybe? Anything cool?
Fam, we're leaving in 15 minutes. The game tips off at 6 p.m. I only would have an hour and 15 minutes. Where in this traffic, where am I going to go to stop, grab a drink or do something and then get to the arena?
There's places by the arena?
No. I'm going to my car, enjoy some herbal lessons, and then head to the game.
Sounds like a plan, man. I'll be watching from home while I'm cooking.
And I'm not driving, so that's a good thing.
Oh, sweet. Oh, yeah, Trevor's going with you, right?
Yeah.
So that's even better. I always get stuck driving, man.
Yeah, I do. I do make you drive. I do let you.
No, I'm not saying it's you, but like anywhere I go, I was like, oh man, I really don't want to.
I want to get wasted. I don't want to drive when I'm wasted.
Like, remember the time I was in New Orleans like last year, and my mom was drinking a beer, and she told me to hold her beer. I was like, I have the wheels in my hand. She's like, it's okay, just don't worry about it. It's like, oh my god, like no, my mom told me to do this. So she got those maternal instincts. Nonetheless, it's going to be a fun one tonight. Like I said, I'm going to be going back and forth. I'm going to mostly be watching Heat Knicks and cheering for the Heat. And then I'm going to be keeping an eye on the Inter Miami game just to kind of see how they play without Messi. And then the Oscars, I'll probably just get the recap tomorrow. I mean, I love the Oscars. I think they're fun. I'm pulling for Amelia Perez.
Unless you can,
I'm pulling for Amelia Perez.
No. I know you're going to, no, you watch that movie. You've been very, very, I know.
I'm not saying of the nominees this year. I've seen one movie, and it took me 3 weeks to watch it.
I don't know. You know what kind of taken away from me about the movies, the Oscars? COVID did. Like whenever all the movies were in the apps, it took away from me going to the movie theater to go actually enjoy the movies and stuff like that.
We've talked about
and back in the days, when I was living in LA. During this time of the year, they would be handing people movies for them to watch because those movies are the movies they wanted to be nominated for Best Picture, Best Screenplay, the whole nine. So you were more when you start hearing some Oscar buzz, you would actually go watch the movie to see if it really deserved all this buzz. It's not like that anymore. Like all I know that I just like, hey, there's Demi Moore, and it's like, oh, Demi Moore did a movie. Oh, okay, they showing her a lot of love, and it's almost as if Hollywood is accepting her back.
Yeah,
you know,
it is weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? After years away, it seems like Hollywood is more gracious and willing to accept me, like
She
as
went
if
through a dark time.
as if why because of striptease and G.I. Joe.
No.
G.I.
She
Jane?
had abuse problem.
Right, but I mean,
beverage. She had some addiction issues and stuff.
which
and
Hollywood star didn't?
and she
back in that
lied
time?
about having plastic surgery.
Which
and
Hollywood star hadn't lied about that in that time?
I prefer it. Ashton Kutcher dumped her for a younger, better version and had kids with her and started a family, and everybody was happy for him and her. Tough times. But it ain't a bad day to be Demi Moore. I'll tell you that. Well, maybe there are some with addiction problems.
But no,
it's
good.
You mentioned you live in LA. One of the coolest things about Southern California and Los Angeles is you can see a guy on the street and basically know his whole story. Like you're like, oh man, that poor guy, he's pretty much homeless. There was a time when he was living in Indiana and he was the most popular guy in school. And he was like, I'm going to make it in LA.
This ain't Gary.
And then he gets to LA and things just didn't turn out right for him, but he can't go back now. He's just like living in LA. Like he's kind of good looking, but he's weathered really bad. And, he's down on his luck. And you can just tell like, duh. And you see girls like that too. And you're like, tough, man. That's a tough gig right there. But they shot their shot.
Dan Day story.
That's not my story. I had a job. I was living La Vida Loca, as they say.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I mean, and how other people sometimes go out to LA and get washed out in their acting careers and takes a dark turn. Vlad knows about that. Well, I mean, not that you live that life, but you were talking about watching award ceremonies for certain movies that I don't watch.
Oh, you talking about AVN?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but I lived there. I lived in the Valley. I was right next to Chatsworth. I was right next to Chatsworth and Sherman Oaks and the whole nine. That's where I lived. Reseda. Shout out to Reseda.
Man.
That's where that was the location for Boogie Nights.
Oh, Boogie Nights. What a great movie.
It was a lot of great actors. It was an ensemble cast.
It was an ensemble cast. So yeah. Tomorrow, will you be here tomorrow? Vlad?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so it's you and I pretty much all day today and tomorrow.
What do you mean?
I'll be joining the Joe Rose Show bright and early at 6 a.m. to 10 o'clock. Then you're going to relieve me of my duties for a couple hours, and then I'm going to be back for 2 to 6. With
I believe so, but I'm also doing the Panthers game. I'm trying to get out of the. I might have to get out of the early game. I also have a court tomorrow. But it's one of those weird courts because it's virtual.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out, can I work and still do the virtual? Or should I just, just let me just, you know what? Let me say
it is like
it is virtual.
I have been to the virtual court where literally like you just sit there and wait until they call your name. Then you can turn on the sound and be like, oh yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
I might do it.
I got one of those private tickets. I parked at a Whole Foods and I didn't pay a fee. I didn't pay the parking fee. So I got this bill in the mail for like $120 saying, this is a private company. Please mail your check to this place in New Orleans. It was here in Miami. And I was like, I am not paying that junk. Your name will be turned over to a collection agency. Yeah, right. No. I ripped that thing up and threw it away. Now, it might come back to bite me one day. I don't know. But no, unless it's a real ticket, I ain't paying it. And I've also paid those fake tickets before too, where it's like $75. And I tell them like, I'll give you 20. And they're like, okay, just send it. I'm like, you ain't nothing.
No, I went to it. And they tell me I had to go to a court date.
You have a real ticket or whatever you have.
No, I have a real ticket. I got a ticket right here.
Oh, did you
in
get
November?
Caught speeding?
Yeah, they tried to catch me with the court speeding, and I know I wasn't speeding.
Oh, well, I know why they pulled you over then.
I know I wasn't speeding, and they didn't ask for my insurance or anything. It was, you know what day it was? November 29th.
Word to the wise, and you're never coming. Most people will never come to the radio station in this area. Do not speed, man. I drive like a grandmother now, man. I am not going back to court for you or for anybody.
Nah, yeah, I didn't like that. And then so I went to the virtual, and I was like, either can I take care of it now or not? And then the lady that works there was like, no, you're gonna have to go to court. I was like, all right, but
contest.
You know what I'm saying?
Contest it.
I'm contesting it because I know I wasn't speeding. I was all the way in the far left lane, and there was cars speeding on the right lane, and he's by the where the Kingdom Hall is.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he's at.
Yeah, I know.
He's at the Kingdom Hall. I'm all the way in the far lane, and then there's cars in front, like in the right lane, which is close to him. that are speeding, and he drives me.
Vladdy, do not speed to the game. You got some time.
I'm not driving.
The Knicks and the Heat, a lot of times I could tell you I'm very confident in this game. I am not super confident just because, like Vlad has said, the Knicks, if you're below 600 record, they got you.
I don't know. I don't know if we're going to cover the 7. I know we're going to win.
I'm not betting on the game, but I want to feel as though the Heat, they kind of found their groove now. They got all the home cooking going this past couple of months. So I'm going to ride with the Heat tonight. When I say ride with them, if I were to place a bet, I would place a bet on the Heat tonight to win. Straight up money line. Just because it's a rivalry. Tyler Hero goes off for 40. Jalen Brunson goes off for like 45. It should be that's exciting. Now I would like to see that back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. This lonely, humble Lions game, are we ever going to get a score on it? I mean, no, it's still postponed. And they might have just postponed it to another day so it gives Cavalier SFC more time to get ready for Inter Miami. We'll see. Humble Lions do play again Wednesday, though, at 3 p.m. I got to find a place to. They had another game postponed. Humble Lions might be in some trouble, Vlad. I don't know about buying this jersey anymore. I told you their home games look like a JV high school football game in the middle of the week. And now they're postponing games, and they're playing them games on Wednesday at 3 p.m. Ooh. Got to ride or die. A lot of games to be determined. No, they do. They have 3 games postponed, time to be determined.
Maybe there's some unrest or weather's bad.
Messi, can you give us a charity game against Humble Lions? Please, and play it here. I know you got their stadium doesn't hold enough, lad. I'm telling you, their stadium does not hold enough for Messi. Doesn't hold enough for a high school reunion, it seems like, but it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, Vlad, so I'm excited to see you all week. We're probably going to be here doing different things. We're going to be back next weekend. Not
this Saturday, because
Canes
are playing their final game of the regular season, against North Carolina State. That game was moved from a later start to noon, so we won't be on. But we'll be on next Sunday.
4 hours.
A week from today.
4 hours.
4 hours.
And I don't know. Maybe I'll see you Thursday or Friday night at Duffy's and Plantation.
You might see me Thursday night at Duffy's.
All right.
If there's no game,
I'll save some Heinekens.
Oh, you know what? There is a game. I'm gonna come after the game.
I'll save some Heinekens for you.
All right.
Or I'll get Sabrina to save
I'm gonna come after
Heinekens
the. Yeah,
for
you definitely have Sabrina to save me those.
Couple Heinekens, couple Heinies. I'll say, hey, Heinies.
She knows who.
For my cousin Vladimir Lewisson, I am Dan Day. Let's go Inter Miami. Let's go Heat. Let's go Heat. I was waiting for you, Vlad, to say something.
I'm not saying let's go Heat.
You said it right there. Thank you. Let's go Heat.
I'm not saying it.
Coming up, pregame for that Heat Knicks game is coming up in about 5 minutes. Thank you for listening to Sports Day. I am Dan Day, Vladimir Lewisson. Hope you have a great day. This has been a 560 WQAM.
Later, fools.